Ms. Kitchell,
Here.
Mr. Kramer,
Present.
Ms. Mulheron,
Here.
Mr. Peterson. Here. Mr. Saunders.
Here.
I think we have a quorum. Great attendance. Thank you all for being here.
And Nancy George is here. Sorry, I didn't have volume. I'm here. I'm just online.
Wonderful. Hope you're feeling better.
Thank you. And to our new commission members, I'm sorry to not be there to meet you in person. Look forward to the next meeting.
See you in Bloomington.
You bet.
Yes, again, welcome. We're going to start today with a presentation by the Ball State University team to present on student success and completion, their work there through that committee and through that effort. This is to note, this is the third item in the agenda, and we'll begin on page 7 of the meeting book. So I will turn it over to the Ball State team.
Good morning. Welcome to Ball State University. We've had a delightful day yesterday and morning with you all, and have certainly enjoyed talking about some of the things that are both important to Ball State and important to the state as a whole, in the way in which we can contribute to solve some of our issues here in the state of Indiana. One of those things that is really, really important that you hear lots of conversations about throughout the state is the need for a talented workforce. And we certainly believe that Ball State, through the providing of an excellent educational experience, provides a promise to help with that and to make sure that we're leading our students to fulfilling careers and meaningful lives all throughout the state of Indiana. We're going to take the first part of this presentation to share a little bit about what we're doing, as we know that our students are, and at the high school level, are being exposed to more and more work-based experiences. As we think about that, we really think it's important as a state serving institution to embrace those opportunities and think about how they fit into a higher education experience at whatever point in which the student is ready to go on to an institution like Ball State University. It's important to us to make sure that we're speaking to all of the students, recognizing some of the promise that they may not have uncovered yet as they have some of those experiences. And it also unites us with a sense of urgency. We hear all across the state that this is one of the most pressing needs. And so as we think about this, some folks would say, let's stop and think, what are the most common 6 or 7 pathways and experiences that students might come by? Of course, we want to do, if we can do something today, what is it that we can do? So we've started to think about, from our standpoint, what are some of the common experiences that students might have, and how can we build some programming and messaging around to support them through those experiences and help them find their way to Ball State when it makes sense. And so we are going to spend a little bit of time during the first part of the presentation hearing a couple of those pathways. First, we'll hear from our teachers college and the teacher apprentice program, followed by computer science. And some of the things, of course, we know there's technical types of experiences, whether it's coding camps or other things at the K-12 level. We'll hear about some of those programs. And then we'll take a couple of questions on the academic side, and then we'll shift to, of course, as we're getting our young people to consider moving on to higher education. One of the things that is incumbent upon us is getting them, once they're here, from orientation to completion, so that then we do fulfill the promise of getting them to the workplace in those pipelines. So we will do that, and then I'll see the very last portion of the time in which we're grateful you've allotted us to share a little more about our Scholar House partnership. So with that, I'm going to first introduce our colleagues from the Teachers College. And so we have Susan Tanka and Mary, and we also have Steve Lozier, who is one of our employer partners in this work. So.
Thank you for listening to our story today. A couple of years ago, we registered the state's first registered teacher apprentice program with the U.S. Department of Labor. And if you could show our next slide, it solves 2 problems. One is that it addresses the teacher shortage, which is huge in Indiana. And the second thing it does, it allows a pathway for our high school students into the teaching profession with a high quality experience, both in the high school and in higher ed. The three parts of the apprenticeship, which is a 5-year program, are related instruction. So students earn 15 hours of dual credit while they're still in high school. On-the-job training and employment. So they're employed by a school district or the Boys and Girls Club or an after-school program. And one of the most important parts of the apprenticeship is they have a high-quality trained mentor. So Allstate trains the mentors, provides ongoing support for them, and each apprentice has their own mentors. So I'm going to turn over to Mary and she'll explain the details of the program. Thank you.
As we transition slides, I want to note that that is the first cohort of Indiana's first batch of teacher apprentices that you see on the slide there. It's doing their first signing ceremony, which is something that we really want to celebrate their entry to the profession. You can go to the next slide. So as Dr. Dancock mentioned, this is a 5-year program. Students enter in either years 1 or 2. Those are their high school career. So they can enter in years 1 or 2 and take up to 15 credit hours, specifically in education, to get them started towards their degree in elementary education. They then hopefully move on to Ball State and continue their coursework. This apprenticeship is focused on a degree apprenticeship. And so it does culminate in a bachelor's degree. And students have the opportunity to continue employment when they come to Ball State as well. But start employment when they are in high school. They work for their local school district or an after-school program to get started on thinking of themselves as an educator and working with children and getting those experiences early with a quality mentor. And it's the absolute favorite part of this program from the perspective of our students. They love working with young children and they want those experiences early so they can see if a career in education is right for them. We have an employer partner here from Hamilton Southeastern Schools to share the perspective of the employer for the registered apprenticeship.
Good morning. Thank you for the time here. My name is Steve Lozier. My title with Hamilton Southeastern Schools is the Director of PK-12 Initiatives. To make that more simple, I am charged with providing career college exploration opportunities for all 22,000 of our students. And really the goal there is to help kids determine as much what they don't want to do as what they do want to do when they leave our system, whether that's in the college or career field. I should also note in this building, I'm a proud Ball State alum in Teachers College Trip. So just kind of wanted to broaden the context. Prior to my role from 2 years ago, I was an assistant principal at Fishers High School for 9 years. And I just wanted to reiterate kind of the trends we're seeing with teacher shortage. I just wanted to note that, you know, as we've seen teacher applicants, when I first started there, I'd say we'd have 100, 120 applicants per position. And that's just trended down over the years. And a lot of times those talent pools are the same people we've interviewed for previous positions. What this does is allows us to cultivate talent while those students are still in high school and to engage them in that way. You know, we're really starting to look at a prospective employer while they're with us 5 years prior to when they can start with us. That gives us the opportunity to not only mentor, but to grow that talent and to connect them better with our institution and how they fit with that. Just some benefits to our students. Our kids are immersed in, I don't want to discount the after-school programs, but our students are with the teacher in a classroom and they're seeing all facets of the profession, not just instruction. They're going to professional development meetings. They're going to team meetings. They are in department meetings, parent meetings, planning, they're grading. They're getting the whole viewpoint of what this profession looks like daily. There's little to no tuition costs to our students through this partnership. And students ultimately through the dual credits are going into Ball State with a year completed. And that means they're coming back to our workforce and into our classrooms sooner. The other guaranteed pieces of this is they're guaranteed to student teach in Hamilton Southeastern Schools, again, solidifying that talent relationship there. And they're guaranteed an interview upon earning their degree and their licensure at that point. So just super excited about the talent development and how we're doing that. I've seen this happen through traditional student teaching. We're starting that student teaching much earlier within our system and attracting those students to us. You know, in terms of our benefit as an organization, we're molding the prospective teachers from their junior year in high school. to step into our classrooms. Students are placed in HSE classrooms with their field experiences, and they give additional instructional supports to our current students, right? They're another skilled person in that classroom to support that student learning that's happening throughout our district. And our teachers, our mentor teachers love that. And then obviously the attracting and retaining talent. I know last year's new teacher cohort, I don't know the stats for this year just yet, but we had 11 alumni already returning. So we already see that that's there. What we're doing is just starting that process much earlier in the student's learning journey, and we get to coach and be there with them alongside. So appreciate the opportunity just to share some of our perspective today. And I think we'll do questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So this is the first teacher apprentice program in the state of Indiana. We're really excited. It's actually a registered apprenticeship, which is innovative and exciting. Now we're going to turn to a program in computer science. That is also innovative, exciting, but it is just at the very beginning. We're really excited. This is kind of hot off the press, except for those of you who were there yesterday. We talked a little bit about this, but as we recognize what are those common needs across the state that we can do something today about, we're really pleased at the entrepreneurship that this department exhibits and really trying to solve problems today. So I'm going to now introduce Jennifer Coy and Deanne Wright, who is our employer partner, to talk just a little bit about what we're doing in computer science.
Thank you, Becca, and thank you all for giving us this opportunity to share some of our visions and the future here. So we are seeking to leverage our whole state history of growing Hoosiers who graduate with technical expertise and then stay in the state of Indiana to work. So we are seeking to reach into the high schools farther to provide an opportunity for all students, especially in the areas of cybersecurity and coding. This is a strong need for the state of Indiana. And a fantastic career for students from all backgrounds. So as the chair of the computer science department, one of the things I get to do is talk to industry and government experts across the state in the field of cybersecurity and computer science. And we always seek for ways to improve our college level programs so that our students graduate and enter into the workforce with everything they need for an immediate successful career. Nearly all of my conversations with industry experts boil down to the quote that is displayed here. Jim Strivey is a senior VP of engineering at Salesforce. And as he shows here, the things that give students advantage, they can start in high school. So they need to have exposure to dual credit classes, to external activities such as participate in robotics clubs, compete in hackathons, and do some other extracurricular activities, and that gives them a leg up to get their first internship. Next slide, please. So our department has been working with local schools since 2017 through our computer science 4-monthsy and surrounding schools program. We have had 94 Ball State students design and implement activities for 11 schools and local organizations, and we've hosted hundreds of K-12 students to field trips at Ball State. We believe that a partnership with local schools across the state will let us build a template that allows schools to partner with Ball State or other universities, students two advantages for the tech field. First, an understanding what cybersecurity really is, an appreciation that they, the student individually, can have a successful career in this high-tech, high-demand industry. Students will often self-select out of technology fields, especially cybersecurity and computer science. And we want to help them see themselves as cyber experts while they're still in high school. The second advantage would be to have a leg up on their career, allowing them to earn up to 15 credit hours of college credit, and that lets them start at the sophomore level at the Ball State programs. This gives them also hands-on experience that will help them land those early internships and later first jobs. So we plan to work with local schools to build on some of their existing Project Lead the Way and dual credit programs, adding additional dual credit opportunities in cybersecurity and coding, and then also work with schools to develop after-school hands-on experiences, internships, and clubs, summer activities, those sorts of things. Now, those will obviously vary by school and by region, depending on what resources are available, but there are several things that can be accessed from nearly anywhere in the state because this is a technology field, right? We can communicate over the internet. So the idea is that if we at Ball State can help coordinate some of these activities, we can reduce redundancies in the school, leverage expertise from across the state, and allow schools with some perhaps gaps in their resources to really build these programs and benefit their students. So as we saw in the first slide, these are the experiences that would benefit our students and get them into a career early, help them select into some of these high-tech careers. And we believe that this would be replicable across the state and really benefit our statewide workforce. So now I'd like to introduce one of our longtime partners of our department. This is Dan Wright from Acatech, and our partnership has benefited both our students and his company across the years here.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you briefly this morning. I get to serve as the Executive Director of Strategy for Acatech. Acatech is a financial technology company, headquarters right here in downtown Muncie, Indiana. We have roughly 165 employees across 26 states in the country. 40% of our employees are actually Ball State grads. And they work at every level of our organization from executive on down. We serve roughly 250 banks and trust companies across the country, as well as 3,000 financial advisors. Our company was founded in 1987, but has grown pretty rapidly over the last several years. I'm proud to say that we've made the Inc. 5000 of fastest growing private companies in the country. The last 2 years, I hope to be able to announce a three-peat on that here shortly when we're ready to make that announcement. So we've been growing rapidly, and in order to grow, we have to grow our workforce, and we have to have really strong developers and other folks in technology fields in order to stay competitive in our particular field that advances rapidly and innovates rapidly. So we have had a really strong partnership with Dr. Ergen and his computer science program here over the last several years, hosting a number of capstone students who create projects for us during the year. They get real world experience, and we get the opportunity to, number one, maybe develop something that we'll take to market. But more importantly, we have an opportunity to get introduced to students. Since we've started that partnership, we've hired at least one student from those projects every year, including this year. We appreciate the opportunity to partner with Ball State in this way to maintain a strong workforce. We will continue to need a stronger pipeline of talent, especially locally. If we can get it, we love to find folks that want to live and work and play and stay in Delaware County. And so we truly value this partnership with Ball State and also appreciate their opportunity and push to reach into the high school space to be able to develop that pipeline early so that by the time we are able to hire them, they can contribute day one to the success of our organization. So again, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for having me.
Wonderful. So those are just the first two programs that we're going to start rolling out. We'd love to continue the conversation with you about what it is as you think about some of those common experiences that you can see across the state. One of the keys to these programs is, of course, we have great local and driving distance within a day type of partners, but they are replicable all over the state. The state needs help now, and we're certainly here to provide some of that assistance. So that's very exciting. Before we turn it over to Jason Rivera to talk a little bit about how it is we get our students, then once they get here, from orientation to completion, I want to pause for just a second and see if there are any reactions or questions that we can most likely direct to our friends and partners. All right, we're going to keep on talking. So I am really excited to introduce you to Jason Rivera. He leads our student success programs as our as associate provost or vice provost for student success. and Dean of University College. So we really are excited for him to share not just how it is we hope our students succeed and thrive here at Ball State, but what we're doing really, really intentionally each year to build upon some of the success. Some of you, when you joined us for breakfast this morning, President Burns, really, the work that he's done is astounding as you think about how we've been able to move our persistence rate in the right direction steadily and in a big way that, of course, then leads to completions, which we need.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm excited to have an opportunity to talk with you this morning about the work we are doing related to student success. As Becca shared, my name is Jason Rivera. I'm the Vice Provost for Student Success and Dean of University College here at Ball State. And I'm very, very deeply connected and passionate about this work and excited to do it here at Ball State because of the passion and the commitment that Ball State has to this particular work. I'm going to share with you very briefly some of the things that we are doing to ensure that our students that we admit that we're honoring the commitments that we make to them when we admit them to the university. So what you'll see, if the clicker works, it's not, thank you. What you will see here is that we take a very strategic approach to how we onboard our students once we admit them and they commit to coming to Ball State. And we do that through our summer orientation. I'm happy to report that we just returned to a 2-day summer orientation. We had reduced that back when COVID hit us. We had reduced that back to 1 day. We're now back to a 2-day orientation process. And we believe that onboarding our students is critically important to their success. And I'll share with you in a moment why it is we believe that. But part of that is also making sure that not only do we give them really good information during orientation, but we spend the first 6 weeks of the semester, which we call weeks of welcome, actually helping to continue to onboard them and get them acclimated to our campus to help them build that sense of connection and belonging to our community. And that continues on through Ball State's first year experience. And our first year experience, if you can go to the next slide, please. Our first year experience is really critically important to the work that we do with our students. It's not about making sure that they're successful in their first semester, but in their first year is one that is grounded in success. And then we actually spend time connecting with them and doing all the things we need to do over the course of their life cycle with us. Next slide, please. That is because what you see here is data on what we've learned as we continue to analyze our student outcomes. And that is that the first semester GPA is critically important to students being able to persist and be retained here at Ball State. But not just persist and retain, but actually achieve success. And so we spend a lot of time focusing on first semester success and really build up that first 6 weeks of the semester as a result of that. Next slide, please. One more click. Thank you. Part of that work is making sure that our students have access to proactive academic advice. Our academic advising is a critical component of our student success process. We start advising students during the orientation process, and we connect them. We have a dedicated first-year advising team that actually works with all first-year experienced students. We have a cluster model. That cluster model connects our first-year advisors and our major advisors together in a cohort to work with students as they navigate their 4 years here at Ball State. So we have consistency and support as they're navigating. But part of our work is making sure that they have access to those resources and that they know about how to access resources before they actually need resources, so that if they experience a bump or if they have a crisis, they're not trying to scramble to figure out how to actually connect with resources. Our advisors serve as the linchpin for them, helping to connect them to campus resources, but also helping them to think about how to navigate their 4 years and map out their 4 years of while they're here. Next slide, please. We also leverage lots of great technology. And part of the way that we do that is by, we use the AV Navigate as our student success management platform. And we use that because it actually allows us to communicate across the university. So it brings faculty, staff, and students together in one environment where we can communicate where there are challenges, where there are successes, where there are needs. We can make linkages and referrals. We can track those, track notes. Students can see to-dos and different information within that platform. It actually really does help us to create a synergistic experience for our students, but brings our faculty into the conversation in a very real way and provides student and faculty connection through the platform. The students have an actual app on their phone, so it's right at their fingertips. We have a desktop app for the professionals to actually continue to do tracking. That actually provides us with analytic data and other types of tools that actually drive how it is we think about our work. And you'll continue to hear me talk about data being the thing that drives how as we think about our student success related efforts. Next slide, please. We've also thought very strategically about how to ensure our students don't have to go scurrying around campus or bouncing what we call the Ball State bounce from building to building or parts of campus to try and secure resources. And so we've created in every college a student success center. And here I want you to think about centers without walls, right? We borrowed that from the Race to End to MS. And that's the idea that we may not necessarily have an actual physical space for students to congregate in all of the colleges, but what we've been able to accomplish is co-locating offices of support for students in areas so that students don't have to go to multiple locations to get support. So while there are dedicated spaces in some of the colleges, and those where there's not a dedicated space, they have co-located resources and supports that they can access. Each one of those centers has a director that's leading those initiatives, and they serve as a conduit to resources for both the students and the faculty to help in our student success efforts. Next slide, please. All of our goals are really designed to dismantle the barriers that our students might encounter as they're navigating their experiences. And so some of that involves us looking very intentionally at our policies, thinking about those from a lens of equity, trying to figure out which policies are actually adversely impacting students. And again, that means we have to get very intimate with our data and understand our data. We have to make sure we're getting closer to practice with our data and using that to drive out as we think about things. And so that's actually helped us to redesign our academic standing policies. And that's actually really important. What we've been able to do is to remove criminal justice lexicon from our academic standing policies. So instead of talking about probation, we talk about students being on academic warning. Instead of a dismissal, we talk about a separation, right? And that actually helps to continue to connect students to the idea that they can still be successful here at Ball State, even if they experience that bump. We've also changed some of our policies. So as a result of our analysis of the data and looking at best practice, we now require all faculty to submit midterm grades so that we can actually drive interactions with students based on how they're performing at the midpoint in this semester. Next slide, please. Our strategic approach is really about getting students to start and complete. And we do that through a series of different initiatives. And you see here some of those initiatives called Destination Graduation. That's the umbrella term that we use to talk about those initiatives. So we have a 15 to finish. You should probably be familiar with the fact that students take 15 credits each semester. They'll be able to graduate within 4 years. So we work with students very intentionally on the 15 to finish campaign. We look at course combinations and make sure that course combinations are not serving as barriers for students, right? So we call that our toxic course combination work. We have a finish line campaign where we look at students' academic performance and their trajectory at the start of their junior year to make sure that they're on track and they have a pathway out by the time it's time for them to graduate. We know that not all students will make it out in 4 years, and that is absolutely fine. We have a Beyond 4-Year initiative where we look at those students who are not going to make it out within 4 years and have a pathway for them to continue moving forward and intentional guidance and direction around that. And then for those students who stop out, those students who need to take a break for whatever reason, we have a campaign that allows us to continue to reach out to them, get them connected, have somebody who's paying attention and making sure that they're re-engaged. Next slide, please. So here's our funnel of Ball State funnel of completion. We start with onboarding our students and paying very close attention to their first year and first year success. We have annual milestones that we're expecting them to hit, and we share those with them. We do 4-year mapping with them. We have ongoing academic monitoring, and again, we do that through EAB and our alerts processes. We connect them to just-in-time resources. So as they need them, we're making sure they have them available. We have different initiatives over the course of their life cycle to make sure that they're getting what they need. The Finish Line campaign is one of those initiatives. And then ultimately that leads to them being successful here at Ball State and commencing their graduation. Obviously, the life cycle would involve us continuing to engage them as alumni. And so we work very closely with our alumni partners to make sure that that's happening as well. Next slide. So I talked before about the value of data and the importance of data, and we've been very, very intentional about how it is we're thinking about data. Data is only useful if people know how to use it, and so we spent a lot of time engaging in data literacy work and helping people not only access the data, but understand how that data is driving the actions that we're engaging in. And so we use the Tableau environment for our data, but then we also use the new publication that goes out quarterly called the Cardinal Success Quarterly, that actually provides information on our data, how our data is driving our interactions, and helps people understand what the data is telling us about the work that we're doing. Next slide. That has led to us being able to recover. We had a significant dip in our retention during COVID. To recover our projected retention for 2023 is It's now 3%. I checked that this morning before we started. So we're at 78.3% right now. And our goal is to continue having that number climb as we engage in our work. Clearly, what we're doing is helping to move the needle and get our students to not only retain, but move through and persist. Next slide. You can see here, year over year, Beck was talking about our persistence rates. You can see here, year over year, our persistence continues to climb. I don't have 2023 data yet, but you can see at 1%, 1 percentage point year over year. We track retention for our first year students. We track persistence for all of our students. And here's evidence that what we're doing is continuing to positively move the needle. Next. Any questions? Yes.
Talk a little bit about, at what point do you really focus, on really job and career path and choosing a course of study that is going to yield a proper job and career path?
So as soon as our students arrive, we actually administer a key careers assessment, and there are advisors in our career center folks work together with in advising and career pods to make those connections with students. So that starts from the time they are pre-freshman all the way on throughout. There are milestones in our career center works on with students to help them think about when it's time for an internship, when it's time to think about resume, and all those things. But the career conversation is starting even when they're pre-freshman and helping them think about how to connect their academics to their careers.
Outstanding presentation, which actually which evokes a question. It seems like there are some common principles that could be applied at the high school. So I'm curious as to whether or not that there's conversation around maximizing all this insight that you all have gathered at Ball State and sharing it across the state, but then sharing it across the state, particularly for 9th through 12th graders in high school. Because again, as you were talking about this kind of onboarding, the relevancy of this first year GPA, first semester GPA, it just seems like there are literally thousands of entering 9th grade students who could benefit from this insight, and the parents could benefit from this insight. And then I know obviously you all have this, you're overseeing the Muncie community schools, which even makes me think even more so about how and whether you're thinking about this more holistically and putting this into the entire educational ecosystem. So impressive.
Thank you. I would suggest that we're moving in that direction, right? That we spent some time at Ball State actually getting all of this together. And we're in a position now where we can start having some of those very intentional conversations. I know that we work very closely with our colleagues at admissions and have conversations with our high school counterparts. And when they come to our campus, for example, I present to them on some of the things that we're talking about. And we have a really good conversation about how it informs our admissions processes and think very intentionally about those connections, but we could always do more.
Thank you. So then, Commissioner Lowry, is there then an opportunity through the whole agenda to incorporate some concept like that, to make that consistently and intentionally statewide?
Yes. And I'll make two comments. The chair and I were over here, probably too loudly whispering. But we were talking exactly in that vein. Things like the Scholar Success Program, the 12 points that all 21st century scholars have to execute while in high school seems like something that all high school students ought to execute. And looking at this kind of data, this kind of information to push that element of success further down to help folks also understand and receive an education on education, if I might quote someone. And also I'd like to make a point. This, first of all, as Commission Member Bland said, was an excellent presentation. And especially for those of you who are new to the commission, we'll recognize you in a moment. This is the first time we have held, I think this is the first, the Student Success Committee as a committee of the whole. Previous to this, it was a separate committee that met like the Budget Committee, like the Academic Affairs Committee, and then reported out. I think this is the reason you all decided to make a committee of the whole, to elevate this kind of work that's going on in all of our institutions and say, how do we replicate it? How do we, in this instance, as you're suggesting, Commission Member Bland, take it to K-12 and so forth. If there's anything we ought to all be in these meetings and sitting around these tables talking about is student success. So anyhow, just a quick reflection on that. We should be doing exactly what you're talking about. And you've said, Becca and BSU confident you have set the bar high for everyone now.
Jason, I do have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned this for the first year they're in this program, and then you mentioned that you review with them in their junior year to make sure they're on track. How is the engagement with all students sophomore year, junior year? Are they all engaged? I guess first year they're required probably to participate. What about sophomore year? How's the engagement?
So there's never a requirement for students to participate, but we surround them with the resources so they can avoid it. And we do that throughout their life cycle. And so we engage with them in their sophomore year, in their junior year, and in their senior year in the same ways we do in their first year. There's just not a dedicated named program. The way that actually happens is in their sophomore years, they're engaging with their advisors and our success coaches and our colleagues in student affairs very intentionally, and we have ongoing programs that are designed specifically for that population. We have things that we call step up celebrations, right? So when they move from their first year, they're meeting their academic advisor. That academic advisor is their advisor throughout the duration of the remainder of their time at Ball State. So they're connecting with that individual and they have ongoing meetings with that individual over the course of their life cycle. But then there are very specific and targeted programs that we engage in with them at different stages. And that's where those milestones become really important.
So would you say 75% of the students engaged? I mean, because you can't say 100%. Do you have an idea?
We have engagement numbers, but engagement is a slippery,
Yes.
right, conversation. So I would say that we have high numbers of engagement for different types of programs. And one of the things that we're very strategic about is really thinking about what students need based on our data, what students need at which particular times, right? And then making sure that they get access to them. So for example, one of the things that we found, and this goes to what I said about going to them rather than waiting for them to come to us. We found that post-COVID students engage very differently. They don't, like food used to be the thing, right? If you put food out, students will come and they will do the thing, not anymore, right? And so as a result, what we started doing is going into the residence halls and engaging in advising parties in the residence halls, engaging in, we call it roll out the red for registration, getting people excited about registration, right? So that cuts across every class. It's not just about first year, second year, third year, but we do that for every class, right? So just thinking very strategically about what that looks like, and then we look at those engagement numbers, and we see high levels of engagement, right? But if you think about the students that we really want to target, and that's where our data really drives, we want to target those students that are having really, really significant need first, and then those students who are on the bubble, right? Oftentimes what they call the working middle, who oftentimes get overlooked because you're looking at high performing and the low performing, right? And so we very intentionally look at that population as well.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's good.
I think, if I could, Nancy, I believe you have a question.
Yes,
Nancy,
thank you. Thank you. Outstanding work. Chirp, chirp to Ball State for all of this, but I love the pathway. And I guess, could you expand a little bit more on what your data is showing or the importance of that first semester GPA, as kind of a leading indicator, that's a very significant item, clearly. And also the notion of toxic course combinations. We really haven't heard that spoken about as much. And there's been a lot of, folklore around college of weed out classes and things like that. And, is the day of weed out classes coming to an end and we're trying to help people be successful? I'm just real curious to get a little bit more information on those two aspects.
So let me make sure I got both of them. The first was related to, remind me?
First semester.
First semester GPA. Okay. So what we found was historically high school GPA and test scores were the things that actually predicted whether students would be successful. When we analyzed our data, and this was actually really important for us because we went test optional prior to COVID and have remained test optional. So understanding what that means and how that actually impacts our student outcomes has been really important to us. What we found is that while high school GPA is still a really important predictor of success, it is mitigated significantly by a student's first semester GPA at Ball State. Right, so that's looking specifically at Ball State data. I wouldn't make that generalization to higher education broadly, but with Ball State's data, we know that if the student is successful in their first semester, they're more likely to be retained. If they're successful in their first, second, and third semester, then we will graduate them at a much higher rate. And so focusing on those semesters has become really, really important. In terms of toxic course combination, whether or not the days of weed out courses are over, I would say I have long taken issue with the idea of weed out courses. We admit students to Ball State because we believe they can be successful. We give them every opportunity to access resources to ensure that they can be successful. Part of that is making sure that as we advise them and think about their course schedules, we're not putting them in courses that would be very difficult for them to pass in combination, right? So think about writing heavy and reading heavy intensive courses and whether or not a student should take 3 or 4 of those in a given semester. Right, and whether or not they would be able to achieve success as a result of that. So we are looking at those combinations very intentionally and thinking about what that means for our 4-year degree plans, what that means for how we advise students and how we map out when they will have access to particular courses.
Nancy, thanks for the question. Your second part of that brought back painful memories, flashbacks of sitting in my first year chemistry class where the professor with some delight and pride said, look to your left, look to your right. One of you won't be here by the end of the semester. So
Exactly.
thank you for
Yeah.
hearing me all have my dream once every 2 weeks instead of once a month. Bill?
Well, and I have to say Nancy took most of my questions, so, but I do think it's a good one, and I would be interested in benchmarking, reasons for, as you said, separation. Getting into even mental health aspects of it, and I do think there's always a tension between feeling, the sense of inclusion and then the standards, that need to be maintained. I do think, and it's anecdotal in my experience, I have 2 college students right now, those weed out courses, the toxic combination is something that every parent goes through for the first, along with the student. But to Dennis's point all of the time, and it's highlighted by our commissioner, the why is something that I believe, and I think bears statistically that if it's strong enough in an individual, they'll figure out how to overcome obstacles as opposed to trying to wash them out before they understand why they're even part of this thing. So I would simply just say, in addition to that question about benchmarking, that I think this is a strategic level issue and not a tactical level issue. And I agree with Dennis and the other commissioners that we should pour a lot of effort into figuring this out. I appreciate how you identified the new student as an alum. Potentially the pipeline should start there. And it seems to me you have a different attitude of ownership over the student's future over the lifetime of that individual as opposed to just thinking of them as filling seats. And so I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
You previously chaired the Student Success Committee. I have a special heart for this, and I love having the format, having this in the group, because we wouldn't have the genius of Dennis's input necessarily in student success, because the heart of what is always missing in all the excellent programs that are brought forth is how do you get students to care enough to participate, to do it? Because I don't care is the motto of most persons at that age, regardless of their parents, regardless of which group, ethnicity, what have you. It's an I don't care attitude. And this Ball State completion funnel implementing it in the high school level with those extra circular caring groups and supports around them, I think it's the key. I do. I think it may possibly be the answer, not the answer, but certainly an answer. And the fact that you have it presented to us today with the Teachers College is particularly interesting and provoking because nobody wants to be a teacher today. And obviously we have all these incentives to try to get more teachers. But this should prepare in this environment, the teachers that, yes, in some degrees, you do have to be parent, educator, analyst, all those things that go along with being a teacher today. So they know going in, and it's not as difficult if you have addressed it. And if the teachers are able to work with the parents to be the funnel, I think we can be insanely successful. So thank you. Thank you for this presentation.
Chair,
Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry, not to prolong, but to Mr. Lowry's point, it really is a very substantive meeting that drives so much of what we're trying to achieve. So
The students who are from underrepresented minority groups, right? And so when you use criminal justice language and you couple that with their experiences socially, it creates a barrier for them to think about how to navigate their experience. It can become, in some ways, oppositional to them thinking that they can be successful within an academic environment. And so changing that language becomes critically important to ensure that we are actually doing what we intend to do, right? Academic probation is a process that's designed to give students a warning that they're in jeopardy of not being able to continue in their academic program, right? So why don't we just say that instead of saying that they are on probation, right? And so that's really where that becomes critically important. The first point that you asked about in terms of academic forgiveness. Academic forgiveness is a policy process that exists at many institutions, and it acknowledges in some ways that students who start at college or university, particularly in their first year, but looking at data now, we know that that's not necessarily always true, have a very difficult time transitioning. And in that transition, they can have a really, really bad semester. And that semester can then impact them for a long term and make it very difficult for them to recover and achieve a GPA or an outcome that would actually set them up for success in the future. So an academic forgiveness policy is a one-time opportunity for a student to petition the institution to be able to forgive that particular semester. There are nuances associated with it, and we're still working through our processes here and coming up with some plans for how to actually address it, but other institutions have figured this out. But the nuances associated with it is that those courses don't go away, because we have to actually have them on record for financial aid purposes and all sorts of other things. But we remove the impact of those courses on their GPA. And they have to then take those courses over and do the things that they need to do and achieve success in order for that to continue. But it's a one-time opportunity for them to petition for that, and it has to be a person.
thank you. And I think I struggle with it, and I'm sure you all have to deal with it. You're doing the research, but the overarching struggle is trying to figure out that balance that ultimately says, I have to understand the word responsibility, I have to understand the word accountability, otherwise ultimately you may be neutering me.
Yeah.
And so just trying to find that balance. So thanks for the explanation.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. I will state to you that at Ball State, what we believe is that it's our responsibility to partner with students in their success. And at early points in their academic career, they may not understand what their responsibilities are. And it's our job to help clearly articulate that. right? Lisa Delpit, scholar in the field of mathematics, says it's important for us to teach students explicitly about the codes and structures within our systems that we expect them to meet in order for them to be successful.
Nicely stated, which then brings us full circle because then all the more reason to try to implement that at the 9th grade level. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Some clarification on the academic forgiveness. To have the grade not count against that in that semester, they do have to retake the course or is this? Okay.
Thank you very much. Becca, you want to close it out or?
Yeah, so I hope you've been able to see today that we are intentional about everything that we do, whether it's creating specific pipelines or making sure the students get all the way through, and that we're not the old kind of version of higher ed where the secret is in the sauce, but we're really clearly telling our students what it is they need to do and what it is they can interact with in order to succeed. And so just to cap us off in the last very couple of minutes, because of course we're squeezing every bit of content we can into this presentation, but we are so excited to introduce a new partner to Ball State University, our partners from Heartland Scholar House, and we are very excited to be a partner as they expand to Muncie with Muncie Scholar House. So they're going to give you just a teeny tiny snippet to share their plans, but of course this is something that went through the commission, the funding that the state allotted, and so we're here in Muncie and we're excited to do a quick introduction to Brianna and Jenna.
Thank you. I'll try to go quickly. My name's Brianna. I'm the executive director of Heartland Scholar House for Indiana. To my left is Jenna Ashby. She is our director for Muncie Scholar House. Family Scholar House program is actually quite easy to explain, but ridiculously difficult to execute. So I'm going to try to give you a high level. Family Scholar House is operated out of Louisville, Kentucky for 23 years. It is a program that puts an end to generational poverty, and it does this by helping single mothers attend a post-secondary school of their choosing and finish with their degree in a 3 to 4 year timeline. We help those moms and their children in a 2-generation model approach. The program provides life skills training, personal finance training and education, family advocacy, academic coaching, community building, and most crucially, foundationally, and cannot be overstated, affordable housing. So that's really a key piece of the program, is that we're making a way that this is financially viable for a single parent whose sole economic responsibility of that household is on her shoulders. So a little bit of numbers for Family Scholar House: 89% of their students are survivors of domestic violence. Over 85% have been homeless or are homeless when they come into the program with their children. 75% identify as a minority group, and around 15% of those have been trafficked. So in spite of that, and yet, as I like to say, Family Scholar House has been able to help moms graduate 870 college degrees. 91% of all college credit hours attempted by scholars, these mothers, are completed. They have an 86% graduation rate. And I want to stop for a second, because 86% graduation rate for a single mother coming from a trauma-based high-risk background compared to the national rate now for a single mother graduating from college of 8%. So the graduates that we have, we're standing on the shoulders of greatness from Louisville. We are the affiliate here for Central Indiana. Heartland Scholar House started in 2022. We started our first campus in Anderson. And thanks to the state of Indiana seeing the wisdom of investing in this program with a 23-year track record of putting an end to inherited poverty and generational poverty, we've been able to simultaneously launch Marion Scholar House in Indiana and Muncie Scholar House here in Indiana. We've served 68 moms and 109 children since we started in January of 2022. 8 of those moms and 11 of those children are living on campus with us in Anderson. And we're going to have 4 more apartment units coming on board here in the next month. And we expect those to be fully occupied as well. And we'll have a wait list then at that time. And we'll need to have more housing there in Anderson. We cannot say how incredible Ball State has been as we were awarded those funds to expand. We approached Becca and President Mertz with this crazy idea that they should partner with us on student housing. And there was no hesitation. There was nothing but eagerness and excitement that we're going to be helping and capturing an audience that traditionally does not attend or successfully graduate from college, and basically rolled up their sleeves and said, what can we do? What all can we do? So what started as an idea of using some of the apartments on Scheidler complex has now grown to the idea that if we do our job right and implement the program as Louisville has done, we hope to fill the entirety of that campus with Becca and President Mertz, of course. So a little vision casting in Louisville, Family Scholar House has 278 apartments, and they have a wait list of 800 mothers. Scheidler has 300 apartments. Coincidence? So numbers are great and wonderful, but I would like Jenna to tell you a little bit about her work in the last several months, and she's going to specifically talk about one of your newest students coming to Ball State.
Thank you. We have so many students that we're working with in what we consider that pre-residential phase. So we're getting them geared up to enter school. And so I want to share with you about our first student that will be arriving at Ball State and that we'll work together with. So she is an Anderson High School graduate. She graduated with a 3.7 GPA. She's a 21st Century Scholar student as well. She had a baby during high school. And so there are a lot of barriers in front of her, but we hope to walk alongside her and help her overcome those. She's already admitted here at Ball State, and her ultimate trajectory is to enter med school and become a radiologist. It's a dream that she has had since she was in 3rd grade. She said, every aptitude test I have ever taken says this is the career path for me. So she's really confident in what she's coming here to do. But our spot is to come in and really wrap around her so that all of those barriers that are on the horizon for her, we can walk with her together and help her meet them. And the housing component is just absolutely huge for the student to be successful. So we're excited to bring her. I will say, I'm a Ball State graduate as well, long before we said chirp, chirp though. And one of my favorite pictures from my childhood is a picture of my mother and I and grandmother standing outside of Emmons Auditorium, where my mom graduated with at what that time was called personnel management degree from here when I was 5 years old. So she returned to college as a single mom when I was about 3 and was able to graduate. And that's just one of my favorite pictures of us being here and celebrating her graduation together. And so I can't wait for that day that I stand outside now Worthen while somebody graduates. And we have our first student who graduates here. So we thank you for everything that has come together for Scholar House to be able to be here at Ball State.
And did you guys have any questions? I know we're tight on time, so I don't want to impose, but didn't offer anybody. Wonderful. Thank you guys very much.
Well, let me just say, I was trying to catch Kent's eyes over here during your presentation, knowing a lot about Kent and the Goodwill Organization in Central Indiana and what they do with Excel centers and working with similar populations. So much commonality around how to do that. I assume there'll be conversations perhaps about alignment of some of the work. So it seems, what a remarkable presentation on behalf of all of you. And thank you so much, Becca and the team. The entire team. This has been fantastic. I think to run the risk of really beating a dead horse, us moving to this committee of the whole model for student success really is super logical and very important. And I think it was only more appropriate that we did it today and here at Ball State as the first effort on this. I can tell you, being here 2 years ago, still in my mind, the work that Ball State has done to really work with the community, the regional economy, the local employers, and the students. The word that comes to mind is relevance. I mean, you, at all levels, you are bringing relevance into the entirety of the system and making things happen so effectively. So it's so appropriate, I think, that we had this presentation here, and I know obviously sparked a lot of questions, a lot of observations, and I'm sure a lot of follow-up. So thank you. This was awesome. Of note, we will be going back to the normal alignment on the agenda and in your packet. So thank you for moving things around. This has been great. A couple of comments from me in my chair's report. Number one, thank you. I'm glad to be in the chair's role for the next year. It's an honor and a pleasure. I can tell you, I think I'm on the commission for a baker's dozen years or maybe one more. I can't remember. I've lost track, but it's certainly one of the things that I find the most value in what I do in any part of my life. The commission and the work and the quality of the commission members and the staff and working with the leaders across our institutions really is just such important work and really collaborative and substantive and strategic and continuing to try and make improvements and provide opportunity for more Hoosiers and more outstate people to come here and stay here. Hoosiers by choice. So it's great to do this. I want to we'll have a chance to thank President Burns and the team here in a few minutes, but such great hosts as always. Want to thank them. I also want to, I think Chris may mention this as well, but also want to do a couple things related to thanking Judd Fisher. And number one, thank him for his work as chair and another longtime commission member. Thank you for your leadership. And as an example of his leadership, thank you for helping work with the commission to pull together an event yesterday, which I thought was remarkably important and well done, focused on the cybersecurity workforce needs and issues around not just the community here or the region, but the state and the nation for that matter. It was a super substantive day with a lot of really important, I thought, outcomes that will help us pull together. To me, we all see cyber every day in so many different ways. And when you look at it, when you step back and look at it holistically, in some respects, it's like the COVID pandemic hitting a little bit every day. So the death by 1,000 cuts mentality, but the response, what yesterday really reinforced was the response that we all need to be looked at a truly crisis level, I think, even though it didn't all happen at once. We've got to continue to work together to provide the workforce that's needed to prevent these bad actors from doing more. So thank you for pulling that together, your leadership there. I want to welcome the new commissioners. Chris is going to do more with that. So just on my behalf, welcome to our new commissioners. We said goodbye to a number of them for the last couple of meetings and some long-term commissioners, but I can tell you I'm super excited about the quality and understanding and capability of the new commissioners. You guys, it takes a little while to kind of get with the programs and lingos. I mean, one of the benefits of being around a long time, you see a lot of this stuff over and over and understand the performance funding formula, someday maybe. But I say that in jest, but no, it's welcome. Any questions? There are no bad questions. So, the worst thing anybody can do in my mind is kind of see something, not quite understand it, and skip over it, because chances are somebody else has got the same question. So we'll worry about timing. Don't worry about asking questions either in the public setting or elsewhere. It's important to build the knowledge as fast as possible. What else? We've got a great agenda coming up, and I look forward to that. So I think without further ado, those conclude my remarks at this point. So I'll turn it over to our Commissioner, Chris Lowry, for his report.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and congratulations upon for as chair. It's going to be fun working with you over these next couple of years. I would also just take a point of personal privilege in recognizing our immediate past chair, Jed Fisher. He and the gentleman before that, Mike Alley, had to deal with me coming in 2 years, 3 or 4 months ago. And they've both been nothing but supportive, and the entire commission. All commission members have been, but some subtle things that maybe people don't quite notice, and it was reflected today with moving to the committee of the whole for student success, is Jed was just masterful at helping us make some changes to the way the commission does its business. And I believe it's been much for the better. Certainly Mike, your hands roll over that too. Used to have 10 meetings a year. What months was kind of a mystery. Well, they are the odd numbered months now. And the only exception is prior to a budget year. We have to hold a hearing in October. So, right, little things like that. Restructuring so that we get exactly what we got this morning, which was a lot of dialogue. Y'all are really busy people with a lot of things going on. And I think one of the worst things we can do is just have death by PowerPoint and not hear from any of you. So, a lot of those kind of things that occurred, shifting to this committee of the whole with student success. And by the way, some of you may not realize, and the newer folks, you'll get your assignments from Dan soon, but every member of the commission now serves either on the Budget and Productivity Committee or the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee. And everybody then serves on student success, which seems very fitting. So, Judd, thank you. A lot of those things that I think, occurred, but also for, as our team and I like to say, embracing with alacrity a very aggressive agenda for the 23 legislative session that by most measures was fruitful. So I'm grateful for that. I do want to also thank you for the cybersecurity event yesterday. It was phenomenal for folks who weren't there. You missed something really big, standing room only. And gosh, the panelists were just impressive. Oh my goodness. Folks that are here in Indiana, they are national experts. And we should be alarmed about it. We should be concerned. We're blessed and fortunate we have leaders like that. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we should recognize our new folks who signed up, and they're probably not quite sure what they're getting into here. But those who have been around a while will tell you legit work. I'm going to do this. If you don't mind, swing a microphone towards you. Kent, we're going to start with you. We'll go clockwise. Kent, if you would introduce yourself, maybe where you live, and if there's something else you'd like to share, maybe what you represent, or what you do for a living, or some tidbit. We won't ask you like your favorite vacation, or your most awkward moment, or something like that. So you want to lead us all, Ken?
Yeah, good morning, Ken Kramer, President and CEO for Goodwill of Central and Southern Indiana and Goodwill Day, Puerto Rico. That's kind of my day job. And besides retail, we also operate 19 high schools and have 6 manufacturing plants, have a nursing program. So pretty wide variety of experiences each day in my day job. I am from Muncie originally, not too far down the street here on Wheeling Avenue is where I grew up. Indiana State grad, undergrad at Anderson University MBA, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Oops, thank you, Ken. Larry, would you like to go?
Morning, everyone. I'm Larry Garatoni. I've lived in St. Joe County my whole life, except for a tour for the U.S. Army. I'm very, very fortunate to have a wonderful family, lots of kids, lots of grandkids, and I'm blessed. Wrong side. Okay. I'm very blessed, and I had several businesses that operated through the years, and I sold those in 07 and started a family office and figured out what am I doing the rest of my life. And so what happened is we got interested in economic development, which led to education. So we started a group called RISE, which teaches entrepreneurship. We started some charter schools called a Career Academy. We're up to 1,700 kids and hopefully expanding some more. And involved in several other things and discovered education and a whole other world of things that I just needed to fix, you know? And my wife keeps telling me, why don't you slow down? And I am slowing down, you know? Life is wonderful and I enjoy every day and I'm just delighted to be on the commission and hopefully I can make a contribution.
Thank you, Larry and Molly.
Hi, I'm Molly Kitchell. I'm a Purdue University grad as well as I have a master's from the University of Indianapolis. I've largely been at home the last 20 years with my 4 kids and doing philanthropy and some commission work in various capacities for the state, largely centered on ethics, mostly under the umbrella of the Supreme Court. With regards to those 4 kids, I now will have, starting in another 3 weeks, 3 of them will be in college. So I'm a large consumer at this point.
Thank you, Molly. Kathy.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Kathy Cabello. I'm originally from Michigan, but went to school at Eastern Michigan University, computer science degree, and then completed my MBA at Notre Dame. And so I've become a Hoosier. I have 2 daughters that are Hoosiers, so that makes me a Hoosier now. But I've been here over 30 years and I've really grown to love Indiana and I run a business. I Cabello Associates. I'm the president and CEO of the company, 22 years. But in my spare time, I've always been very passionate about higher education and really making sure that those students who can not maybe have barriers, underserved students, particularly in the Latina community, that they have the opportunity to achieve and dream and get into college and then change the trajectory of their family and their life. And so I appreciate that. As a first generation American, I understand the importance and the opportunities that academics and education affords. And so that's why I've been very passionate about higher education.
Kathy, thank you. And Samantha.
My name is Samantha Flashinger. I'm a double major in political science and philosophy with a minor in career law at the University of Southern Indiana, and I'm from the Du Bois County area. I have a deep passion for policymaking, working within my community, and most importantly, higher education. As a Franco-Bannon grant recipient, I feel like I bring a very unique perspective because I know how important these programs are for students. I was unsure in high school how viable of an option college was. But through the Franco-Bannon grant, through the 21st Century Scholarship, and other programs worked on by the commission, myself and other students were able to reach new horizons of higher education. So I am deeply grateful for the commission for this position, and most importantly, I'm excited to provide the same opportunities to other students here in Indiana.
So I would offer on behalf of all of us a round of applause and thanks for joining. Yeah, oh, wonderful. So yeah, again, welcome and thank you. I will say you all have big shoes to fill, but I'm very confident that you will fill them well. You can tell by their comments, their backgrounds, that super well suited to do this. And Samantha in particular is a student representative. I can tell you, you come in a long line of students that have been remarkably impactful on the work that we do, and I'm confident you will do the same. But it's so refreshing and important to have the student voice in these conversations. So thank you so much. So Chris and team, you're probably already regretting your choice in chair because I completely skipped over an item on the agenda that I was supposed to do before you spoke. And I'm hoping President Burns is still in the room. He's not? Okay. Sorry, Becca.
No, that's just fine. I apologize. I think we perhaps we're prepared before the student success for the president, for the welcome, but on behalf of President Burns, we are delighted to have you on our campus. We've had already a productive day yesterday and morning today, so we're grateful for your time and your interest in your service. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, and apologies for the change in schedule and then for my blunder. I guess it didn't matter in the end because he was already gone. So. Back. It's you. Yes, it is. Okay, sorry.
Hey, make a good team. Well, again, welcome everyone. This has already been a good couple of days. Yesterday afternoon was just terrific. And to the new commission members, you should know the governor and I spoke a little bit about your appointments. And I think many of you know he's a sports analogy kind of person, recent Hoosier huddle that he held and so forth. We both agreed that we were able to get first round draft picks for an already all-star team. So we mean that. I know the governor takes this very seriously in these appointments, and you know, there's a lot of contemplation that goes into this. So thanks for stepping up, and we do intend to wear you out. So thank you. I'm going to spend just a brief few moments. We were able to meet with the new commission members yesterday for a bit of a really abbreviated onboarding. Others, including in the audience, some of what we're going to cover will seem redundant, but I make no apologies for redundancy because I think that keeps us all on the same page. We're familiar with the numbers and where we're heading and so forth. So just a little bit of level set here this morning, and I'll start with what we all know. I'm going to time myself here, Mr. Chair, and we've already, by the way, adjusted the schedule a little bit ourselves to make sure we stay on time for lunch and then ultimate adjournment later today, just for everyone's information. I'll start with the big goal, which is where we often start. You know, it is the big 60% goal by 2025. Illumina helped set this 15 years ago for all of the states. Indiana was quick to be one of those folks who adopted. You can see the progress we have made over the years. Post-secondary attainment for our adults, working age individuals, was about 33% in 2009 when this was set. A caveat here, that was for associate degrees and higher. Some years back, the metric was changed to include not just associate degrees and higher, but also sub-associate degree credentials like certificates, technical certificates, and some industry certifications. Here are the latest numbers. The latest we have are from 2022, 53%. That's timing-wise, just about the time the commission members asked me to take on this role, and probably have taken a lot of time in all sense. But that is where we were as of 2022. The data is lagging by 2 years, and as most of you know, lagging data makes me crazy. We're going to talk more about leading indicators here as we move on. Significantly, when our state started tracking this, especially for the associate degree and higher, we were 39th in the nation in that regard. We sit here today at 2022 data, and we, with that 2022 data, are 39th in the nation at associate degrees and higher. I promised commission members a little over 2 years ago in their recruiting process and so forth that I would always try to be candid, transparent. Oops, sorry about that. Always try to be candid, transparent, bring up the challenges, but also talk about what the opportunities were and could be. And I know some of you get tired of hearing it, but to be frequently pleased and rarely satisfied. This is something about which we should not be satisfied because we are still 39th in the nation. A little bit more detail. One of our fine analysts who some of you have met, Aaron, who's now in our, what is a new business intelligence team, brought some data to me a couple months ago. I found it also alarming and something, again, with which we need to take great consideration and continue the focus we've had. This is some data. What you can't see are 47 of the lines. This is a report that spans a roughly 75-year period of our states. Yes, a few were not states yet, when the original data came forth, but through 2022. And there are 50 lines squiggly across the page, left to right. And Aaron didn't realize when he provided this to me, I would find something of particular interest, and that was around 1960. I think it's actually very close to 1962, which happens to be when I was born. And I noted that at the time, a couple of states that we find as very vigorous competitors, not just in our neighborhood in the Midwest here, but other competitors of ours from North Carolina and Georgia. And when I was born, we were all about 38th, 39th, 40th in the nation. Go to the right. That is 2022. And this is bachelor's degrees and higher. So the other data were associate degrees and higher, this bachelor's degree and higher. The most recent data, Indiana is 40th in the nation, bachelor's degree and higher. Leave you to think about that for a moment. North Carolina and Georgia have risen to 20th, 23rd, respectively. I've not dug into all the data I'd like to dig into, but I just don't have time. Aaron and others are digging into it, but I do know that things like gross domestic product and also many other things are dynamically affected by that. Significantly so. I would be glad to talk about that offline. So this is part of me being candid with you, being transparent about it, and also talking about the challenges, which leads me to reference for you. As many of you know, we began doing a very deep situation assessment a couple of years ago and saying, so what really affects this at sort of a high level, this post-secondary attainment rate in this competition that we're pursuing? Well, it's enrollment, right? People have got to be going to institutions. They also need to be completing on time, completing well. And then, as we've really begun to discuss a lot in the last, especially year and a half, we want to keep them here. It's not extremely effective to produce great graduates from our institutions and export them to some other state. We'll talk more about these numbers in a moment. Again, longer-term commission members, you've probably seen these 1,000 times. Newer folks, you've only seen them a couple of times. We'll make sure we get up to 1,000 with you as soon as possible. Our high school going rate, which will unpack 53%, steep decline, 15% between 2012 and 2022. Completion rates improving. We'll talk about that. We're on the way up. We've continued to be on the way up from roughly 20th or so past several years to 11th in the nation. That's good. We shouldn't be satisfied. And our graduate retention, again, we'll unpack that in a moment. We're right around 40th with the most recent data that we have looking at that. Under there, you'll see some of the specific areas that we also dig into. I heard various folks reference last night and today why, the word why. Understanding why, individual to understand her or his why in the pursuit of higher education, what that means for themselves, their loved ones, their communities, their state. This is part of the why that we need to focus on. This first is we lovingly refer to as the economic 4x4. The next slide you'll see in a moment is what we refer to as the social 4x4. We'll talk more about economic and social mobility and prosperity in a moment. But what this does, we believe very succinctly, is show in very clear, no uncertain, data-driven terms why this matters from an economic perspective. Whether we look at the unemployment rate, labor participation rate, there was labor participation rate discussion yesterday, as you recall, we were in the cyber event. Median wages, net worth, net wealth accumulation, the jump alone in median wage from a high school diploma holder to a bachelor's degree and higher is 80% premium here in Indiana. Well, this one is the U.S., but it's very similar here in Indiana. Unemployment rate, folks, the one that's jumped most recently is for those who have less than a high school diploma. I follow these numbers every month. I'm one of the nerds who waits for the data from the Department of Workforce Development. That has jumped pretty significantly in just the past couple of months. And I think that's an indication of our softening economy and an indication of those folks who are going to get it first when there are economic challenges. Just the dramatic difference as you go up the scale there. Social metrics, we all know this intuitively. But it bears out again that this is what the case is. Utilization of public assistance benefits, infant mortality. Infant mortality in a home with individuals having less than a high school diploma versus bachelor's degree and higher is nearly 3x. And life expectancy, now these are some older data, but the the data sources kind of lump these together, but you'll start seeing those, but they're still very similar. The 12, 13 years difference in those same comparisons. And people ask me what keeps me awake at night, and this is some of what keeps me awake at night. I'll show you a few more data points in a moment, a little bit more about what keeps me awake at night. But this is to help set the stage why we need to be thinking about this, certainly in a whole host of other terms. But these, I would share, these have certainly gotten the attention of policymakers at the State House and numerous others. So data, yes, I am Chris, I love data, but only if we can, find insights in them that help us to find a new direction. I won't harp on this. 53% our college going rate as of 2022. Will be very eager this coming spring, this coming winter and spring, to know what the going rate was for 2023. We're hopeful about that, and partly because we're also tracking leading indicators now. A lot of these data, again, they make me crazy because they're 2 years old, they're lagging, they're important, but they're not as actionable as they should be. So we won't share with you all these today. Kyle, who's been with us a year or so, leading our business intelligence team, has helped us find leading indicators so that we don't have to wait around. And then for those of you who are newer, we're also beginning to forecast over the various initiatives we have. Partly as commitment to all of you, to whom we report, but also the taxpayers. The leading indicator that's a mildly good sign is that this past school year, 23-24, saw I think it was a 2% improvement in enrollment here in the state of Indiana for higher ed, the first time in 13 years. So starting to see a little light there. Here's the data broken out a little bit. Those, again, of you who are new members, you will find all of these different sets of data broken out in a lot of different ways because we like to deeply understand them. Race, ethnicity, gender. I've said it many times, I keep saying it, we have a problem with males, young men and men, whether that is going to college, whether that is going to work, whether that is participating in our civil society. And this is one indicator of it. Completion rates, as I referenced, have been on the rise in the last several years. I credit to a great degree the institutions of higher education and the commission because it's been a keen focus. It continues to be a keen focus. Again, one of the things that keeps me awake, I like to disaggregate the data and then get a more in-depth picture. I'll illustrate it for you this way. Let's assume we all leave this room right now and we invite 100 low-income students who just graduated from an Indiana high school who were not 21st century scholars into this room. Someone would need to tell 30 of them that they are the only ones out of 100 who get to go to college because that's their going rate. So we'll ask them to stand over here with all of us who have big titles and roles and so forth. And then we'll need someone to tell that 30 individuals that only 30% of them are likely to graduate from college. And so that leaves us with 9 over here. You get the point. These are just a few of the things that keep me awake at night and drive the policies and programs and partnerships that we're working with so many folks, just like the folks we heard from this morning, to do something about. Again, in the spirit of being candid and transparent, this also gives a couple of different illustrations regarding where we are from a funding perspective. Indiana ranks 43rd as of 2023. Again, the most recent data, national data, in per FTE or full-time equivalent student in the nation. We have a very generous need-based financial aid construct. Samantha, thank you for mentioning things like the Franco-Bannon Scholarship, 21st Century Scholarship, third best in the Midwest, 8th in the nation. Increases that were substantial in 23, and those increases, while Franco-Bannon and 21st are counted in the 23 data, the increases that will be realized in expenditures are not yet counted in there. So we're hopeful that will also help to elevate Indiana's relative and competitive position All of this, and that was in like 5 minutes to get to the point of saying to you, the situation assessment, understanding the data, certainly a lot more data than what we just shared here, helped to lead to the creation of our agenda, the HOPE agenda, which was introduced about 1.5 years ago, looking at those challenges, where the opportunities lie, and then trying to frame it so that we could make it actionable. And again, probably everybody in the room, at least the staff, probably recites this in their sleep. But we wanted to have something that Hoosiers could grab a hold of. And again, thinking competitively, we want to be a top 10 state in all of these regards. We also want to have a keen eye to where we stand internationally. We don't just compete with Iowa and Idaho and North Carolina, but we also compete with Taiwan and South Korea and many other, Switzerland, many other nations. So the first 5 of those really constitute what we would think of as strategic objectives. The final 2 as really the vision to what this is. And I'll start with those instead because I think that helps us align. And from a vision standpoint, being a top 10 state in measurable distinction of social and economic mobility and prosperity. Again, newer members will unpack any of that for you if you'd like to. Our data sources are very strong. Brooke wouldn't have it any other way, neither would I. And that number, for example, is one that is used with OECD nations and is widely and highly regarded. And in that instance, I think we'll show you here in a little bit, I think we're 35th or so in the nation right now. And the second of those 2, the last one on your right-hand side, bottom of the right-hand column, to be a top 10 state in terms of being recognized for growing or starting a business based on the strength of human capital. Indiana wins on several metrics, whether that is our regulatory environment, our tax environment, our infrastructure, a lot of business friendly, if you will, fundamentals. This is a place again where we need to grow. The basic metrics that we look at for those are the ones I started with, that we were 5th in the nation at sub-associate degree credentials. We're 39th at associate higher, and overall we're 28th. So top 10 in each one of those by 2030. 1, 2, 3, and 5 are pretty simple, and they follow many of the things we just discussed. The college going rate for youth and adults, post-secondary attainment for specific populations of adults. We'll talk more about those in a moment. Utilization of credit for prior learning, the rate at which people are completing, again, gas staying on that pedal for completions, and retaining our graduates here in Indiana. HOPE Agenda Goal 1, I won't go through the items you see on the left-hand side. Those are essentially the strategic initiatives that are underneath those strategic objectives. Of course, that vision we discussed. I'll share more of those in a moment, but more so on this slide and subsequent ones, wanted to point out on the right-hand side, the gray box, where we stand specifically with our youth and adults in those instances. The 53% going rate shows that it's at 37th, again, 2-year-old data, but 37th in the nation on that. And enrollment for adults, somewhat better, 19th. And I think there's a direct correlation to how well we've done in the last 6 or 8 years with sub-associate degree credentials and really principally driven by Ivy Tech and BizSense. So a lot of lift there. More adults back in, things like the Workforce Ready grants, et cetera. A lot of intentionality on the part of the state, governor, and other policymakers to help move that forward. Agenda Goal 2, this is where we're focusing on very distinct populations. Right-hand side, again, you'll see those are individuals who are veterans or in the military, individuals with disabilities, or the justice involved, and you will see those rankings there. We can and will do better there. Utilization of credit for prior learning, again, just as a refresher, credit for prior learning takes account, and frankly, I believe honors the real life experiences, training, and so forth that an adult has accumulated in his or her post-high school life. It helps to translate those into credits. Some are very easy because they're certifications, others require a lot more documentation. It's the evidence is strong. There's a much higher going rate for adults. If we account for those, there's a higher completion rate, higher success rate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think I'm close, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, Purdue Global, as an institution's awards approximately 1/4 of all their credits to credit requirement. There is no reason we cannot make this ubiquitous here in Indiana. And we're on the move there. We want to be one of the first 10 states to be comprehensively doing that. We now have a framework that the commission approved back in the spring, and a lot more to come on that. Outcomes-based performance funding and other initiatives on the left-hand side that you see there, focusing on completions. I've already mentioned to you where we stand on completions. And we're pleased, we're up to 11th, but not satisfied. Goal 5, graduate retention. The punchline on this is, when asked last year, Chris, how good are we at attracting and retaining students here at Indiana? I said, that's a great question. I have no idea. The bottom line is we're really good at bringing students to the state. And I credit our institutions who've kept down tuition rates. They offer a high quality product and offering and degrees and outcomes and so forth. So we're 9th in the nation at bringing students here. We're just not as good as we need to be at keeping them. For those of you who are involved in this and help push on this, that is why it's also part of the outcomes-based performance funding formula now for our state institutions. Here are the numbers on the last couple that really help us set our vision. And those are, 35th on the Human Development Index, which measures those things that I referenced, economic and social mobility and prosperity. Again, you can look up nations across the globe, especially the OECD nations, because they're also rated, if you will, in that manner. And of course, the strength of human capital leading back to the big goal of alumni. I know this is a lot. I'm trying to stay on pace, but certainly take questions at the end. If you're okay with that, Mr. Chair, keep plowing through and do that. Outcomes-based performance funding formula, just very briefly on that. There were significant changes made in the 23 legislative session. There had really only been kind of marginal changes, Dan, made to the outcomes-based performance funding formula for a good decade and a half. And I think everyone, starting first and foremost with commission members, were very receptive, not only receptive, but pushing us to say, we can do more with that formula. The institutions were incredible in working with us to say, yeah, we can do more than just look at completions, which had really been the sole focus. Not abandon that, but also really begin thinking about the college going rate, specifically with enrollment for youth and adults, and still work to do in that area. Staying focused on completions, but then also looking at graduate retention. One other item that isn't referenced up here that I believe was very important that was added was a metric for the 2 R1 research institutions, Purdue, West Lafayette, and IU Bloomington. We could talk about that all morning. The importance of research cannot be overstated, whether that is competitively or just for sheer purposes of innovation, advancement, and economic flourishing. You'll hear more on this and other budget-related topics just shortly from Seth Henshaw, and that's good because he's just smarter on all these than I am anyway. So some of the key initiatives that I referenced, I'm going to go fairly quickly through this, Mr. Chairman, so that we stay on time. And again, especially new commission members, your colleagues know this anyway. Anytime you want to talk with me or any of our team about any of these, give us a call and we'll sit down and dig into them with you. 21st Century Scholars Program, I think many have said it was the most significant change that was made for higher education in many years. Emerged 2 years ago as a topic of great interest. It had been, we as a state have been required to essentially track down 8th graders, 7th and 8th graders who would qualify, essentially qualifying as free and reduced eligible students, sign them up, get them signed up and so forth. That was a challenge, to say the least, for some 32 years from implementation through 2022. On average, a little less than half the kids were actually caught. And boy, talk about something that would have still been keeping me awake at night these changes haven't been made. That was one of them. And to cut to the chase on that, in 2022, before this law was passed, which is now, we just automatically enroll these kids. If they're eligible, we automatically enroll. On June 30th, at the end of that fiscal year, and in 2022, there were just a little less than 20,000 kids who we were able to track down as a state. 2023, when we hit the magic button, this says over 40,000 folks. It was over 46,000. And we anticipate, press that's here, we anticipate when we let you know the real numbers for 2024, just a couple of weeks ago, it'll exceed 50,000 young people. You know, that just gives me pause, right? That's the hopeful stuff that we're trying to get done. And this is one of those, I look at it and think, this went rocket science. But it required the data, and then it required by our team and others, to do an exceptional return on analysis, a return on investment analysis to help policymakers see why this would be beneficial, not just the additional spend that there would be as a fiscal impact, but really from a dynamic scoring standpoint, what the outcomes would be. And they are vastly worth the investment as all of you would expect. Pre-admissions, this is something I joked with the new commission members yesterday. We now refer to some of our work at the commission as R&D, rip off and duplicate. This came to us by way of Idaho. Idaho initiated this idea. Minnesota was the second to follow. We were the third. This began last fall. We had a high school senior at the time. We hope that they received a letter that told them the public and private institutions in Indiana to which they would be accepted. Again, folks, people doing hard work on the back end, but this is not rocket science. Looking at GPAs, SATs, and asking institutions, would you like to participate in this? And if so, what's your cut score? And the average student last fall learned that she or he would be accepted at one of 24 institutions. 38 institutions, counting our regionals, publics, and privates, participated. I've told a few of you, my phone blew up the week that we sent that letter out and started disseminating the information. By the way, not a negative text, call, or email. People just delighted and saying, I had no idea all these institutions were in Indiana. That's good. Indiana College Core, been a fan of for a long time, and many in this room are. Many in this room are actually responsible. I'm not for the original founding of the Indiana College Core block of 30 hours, dual credit, kids can take during high school, fully transferable by statute to all 7 are public institutions. Many of the privates now accept it with full credentialing because, in my view, the free markets work. And as of 2 years ago, spring of 2022, what confounded me was that only 84 out of roughly 500 high schools were offering it. I think the day that Michelle landed here in September of 2022, I said, Michelle, that's going to be in your bailiwick. So we're going to get after it. 3 days later, at a commission meeting, that setting just like this, we both agreed in public that we should have all 500 high schools having it. So she and her team went to work. You can see on the right-hand side of the slide where we've been. It'll be around 275 this fall. What that is, about a 3x increase. Took us 10 years to get to 84, and it's about 3x now in the last roughly 2 years. But this opens the door for so many students. These students go at a higher rate, much higher rate, over 90%. They complete, they just complete. It's more the exception if they don't complete college than the norm. And students and the families save a whole lot of money, potentially in the process. Senate Roll Act 8 from this past session builds on a lot of these things. To me, I sum it up as this bill was about attainment, and the two fundamentals of it were accessibility and affordability. Requiring all high schools in Indiana to offer the College Core within the next couple of years. We like that. If they can't, they let us know why they see that to be the case, what the barriers are. We in Department of Education and others can help them address those. Asking every one of our state institutions to look at a degree in 3 option for at least some programmatic offerings. Purdue University today, I believe, offers 55 undergraduate degrees. Ball State, I believe, offers over 30. This is possible. a third element in it, looking at the reverse transfer process that Ivy Tech and other institutions have done such great work in over the last several years, but it hasn't been required for everybody to make sure that happens. And now this requires us to make sure that happens. And that is if one of us would, for example, be at Ivy Tech or Vincennes, and we're working on an associate degree and we decide to go to, say, Ball State, and we go before we have that associate degree. But once we get there, we completed the extra courses that would then have allowed us to get that associate degree at Ivy Tech or Vincennes. The reverse transfer is back so that that student can be awarded the associate degree. And we see a whole lot of benefit in that because one, it's a credential that individual has earned. But two, we also know that even after the transfer, there are some folks who will then stop out, who will not continue their education. And this way, they will then have currency in the marketplace. And then the fourth one is for, and there's a parallel bill to this, for having our four-year institutions look at the possibility of offering associate degrees premised, as you might guess, just on the kind of story I just referenced. Someone starts at, say, Ball State, goes 3.5 years, ends up not completing, but if we had it structured, could have in the process, earned an associate degree. Similarly, there was a companion bill, if you will, that has Ivy Tech looked at the possibility of offering four-year degrees. Again, I think very much looking at those degrees that are very suited to the kind of offerings that they have, for example, whether that's in healthcare, manufacturing, and so forth. So those studies will be starting and getting underway. We'll have a lot more information for you on those. And then FAFSA, wow, again, we can take all morning. As I said, in the spirit of being candid and transparent about it, it has been a fiasco by the federal government. They deserve an F. And for the life of me, it's been perplexing at least. We have continued to work with the federal government. I was just out there last week. I won't say haranguing, but bending people's ears about the very topic. However, the rollout of that in the new format is, the rollout is involved. The new format is much better. If you've ever filled out those for yourself or a child, it's not easy. The new format is much, much, much better. Every state in the nation, with the exception of one state, is behind in every measure relative to FAFSA submissions and completions that we can find. Every state except one, and that state is Indiana. Indiana is ranked #1 in making sure we have our low-income high school students completing. We're actually above the line from last year. Every other state is below the line on every metric relative to FAFSA submissions and completions. Also at higher income, so lower income high schools, higher income high schools, currently fourth for high minority high schools. And part of the reason we tell you this is because last year also FAFSA, a bill that had failed several years in a row, we were able to get passed. And there is a requirement now for high school students to complete the FAFSA. There are no teeth to it yet, but there is a requirement. The other thing is a lot of our partners have stepped up. Some represented here in this room, community and faith-based organizations. The Richard M. Fairbanks Foundation put several $1 million into something called College Matters, and they asked us to run it, working with community faith-based organizations, K-12 and others. So we're trying to create those models. We reorganized our own team. I think Michelle did, what we do with our outreach team, Allison with our communication marketing team and so forth, to really put the focus on these kinds of strategic initiatives. And it's, I believe, the team's hard work that's led us here. Also, in the last year, we have added career and technical education to the CHE team. I thought I'd be over here for a number of years, well before I arrived here. I don't think that's the reason I came here. I think other people much more wise than me said, gee, this makes sense. Let's align career and technical education from high school up through post-secondary. And we could not be more pleased. That was officially as of July 1, 2023, by the way. We're trying to be very intentional about the integration of the team into CHE, whether that's from where people are sitting, participating in meetings, getting and receiving feedback from all of us. And, to that end, we have a strategic plan, a commission strategic plan for CTE through 2030. You'll be hearing much more about that. Redesign of secondary programs of study. You can see some of the numbers there, but the work of that team, Tony Harrell, thank you. Over here, if you don't know Tony, if you raise your hand, Tony. If you don't know Tony yet, you should. He and his team have just been doing remarkable work. Had the federal plan to create, had the state plan to create, the program work that you see here, in addition to just navigating, being part of a new agency. So if you don't know, CTE was pushed around in various agencies over the last decade. And we have no intention of that ever happening again, at least as long as some of us are around. It's where it belongs. And beginning to see really hopeful things out of that. Lastly, that I'll cover, I'm almost on time, Mr. Chair, a couple minutes late here, is to share, especially for those of you who are new, we have had a research project underway since late fall or winter this last, to look at the perceptions and realities of higher education. What do consumers really, really think? Why do we have the challenges with the college going rate? Why do we see things on social media that we see that are now, they're not very favorable to higher ed. And sometimes even policies makers saying these things and so forth. So what are the perceptions of higher ed? I'd like to tell you a little bit quickly about the evolution of that. Again, if you're new to the commission, this will be new to you. Our team decided a couple of years ago, we wanted to take a very different view toward philanthropy. We didn't want to just think of philanthropy as funders, as people with money to give us for some worthy cause. And instead said to ourselves and committed to ourselves, we would first and foremost see philanthropy, folks who do great work as thought leaders. And we wanted to bring them into the circle. And we wanted to talk about the problems we see and ask them what problems they see and what suggestions they have. And if they decided they saw something in which they would like to invest with the Commission for Higher Education, they would let us know. And so far, we've not made an exception of just simply requesting funding from an institution, from a philanthropic institution. We think that is serving a whole host of purposes. We had a goal, internal goal for our last fiscal year, a dollar goal that we thought this could lead to. And what I would share with you is the final number was 7x of that goal. And we feel, frankly, we just feel much better about approaching it this way. And I share that with you because that is what occurred in this instance. I was having conversations here this spring with Clay Robbins and others from the Lilly Endowment. We were talking specifically about this topic. And he said, Chris, do we really know why? And I said, Clay, there's been some research. It can be much better. I've looked at the numbers, crosscuts and things. It could be more robust. See some of the national data, but really what's making Indiana tick, I've not seen the data that would, lend enough credence to action for me. And he called back, and then somebody who works for him calls back and said, so put together a proposal. And we did. This also is someplace where another philanthropic partner of ours came in. We wanted to get the best research firms in the nation helping us with this. And one of our partners who has emerged to be very strong is Strata Education Foundation. Many of you know. They have a remarkable person there who's run research for a long time, Dave Clayton, an expert on research around especially higher education, but in general. And he said, hey, here are a list of organizations that you might want to talk with as you issue your RFP. Heart and Mind Strategies was the one who won this out. They have been doing really, really in-depth research. You see there too that the endowment's provided $1 million for that. It's not an inexpensive round of research we're doing. They're a very top flight team, but we wanted to share that with you because we think it also will help to illustrate where we're trying to go as we think about our partnerships with philanthropy. Just a little bit of the detail. You're going to hear more in September. We had originally wanted to have a July end date and a report to you today. We're not going to, because Heart and Mind came back and said, hey, we think we can dig in on a few other topics a little bit. We said, sounds good, as long as it doesn't cost us more money. And they said, no, we want to dig into a few things a bit more. You can see, though, in-depth interviews, surveys, focus groups. Our team has been in and out of periodic updates around the data findings and the insights and so forth. They're pretty remarkable. And by the way, their name of that firm, it's again incredibly well respected, Heart and Mind Strategies, that might give you some indication of where they really focus. And I have to leave you with just great news. We're hopeful. We're very hopeful. You know, we see the challenges. We're trying to address them with all of you and so many partners. There were early indications of some success, whether that's FAFSA or enrollment in some of those. But here's some numbers, you know, frankly, we hope you kind of memorize. Indiana's 3rd in the Midwest, 8th in the nation in need-based financial aid. That's a big deal. That helps, make possible what Samantha was talking about. Indiana has been 6th, now actually 12 years in the nation at holding down tuition at our public institutions. That's good news. 5th in attainment, as you saw, for sub-associate degree credentials, and of course 9th at attracting folks here. We don't have mountains, we don't have ocean beaches. We've got great institutions with a lot of options, a lot of choices. And then one of my favorite things I'll wrap up my segment on is to talk about people, and that's our team. We decided also to take a very intentional talent strategy approach 2 years ago to our team, including a new strategic management process. I think most of you know our whole executive team, a dozen or so of us, consider ourselves recruiters of this agency. 2 years ago, we had an average of 8 applicants for every opening. I don't think we've had less than 60 for anything since we've taken this approach. We, by the way, if you're ever interested in joining us, we cut it off at 120, so don't be late in applying. And we've just, what that has, what we've been able to bring is just some incredibly talented folks. I think that Jay and Danny are here. Jay is our new grants compliance coordinator, and Danny, our new communications specialist. Both of them here. I thought I saw Danny. Yeah, okay, you want to stand up, Danny? Give away, Dan. You'll be seeing Danny. And Jay, is Jay here? Oh, he's virtually. Okay, Jay, we're glad you're here. Okay. And then the last slide that I'll show you is a slide of 3 younger, to say early career, you know, that they're very related to career. There are interns. And if you didn't know, by the way, today is National Intern Day. And work-based learning is incredibly important. We're going to lean into it even more as a state and as an organization. Internships really matter. And these 3 folks have really mattered to us in the past couple of months. I won't unpack it today. Their hands have been all over things like pre-admissions, the work we're doing with FAFSA. They have filled in positions that have been in transition for our agency, like outreach coordinators and others. They're just doing incredible work, and I shared with all 3 of them last week. One of the best things about them is they have helped us, the rest of us, continue to improve on our culture at the agency. They literally brought those kind of things. I think at least 2 of you are here. Joe, would you please stand? Joe is down at IU Bloomington. Thanks, Joe. Griffin, you want to stand? Griffin is also down there. By the way, there's no bias. We had a lot of people apply, just wonderful. And then Emma, I don't think could be with us today because she's ill and she is a student at Vanderbilt. And by the way, if they look to you to link in, yeah, share that with Emma, guys. If they want to link with you on LinkedIn, please do so, and perhaps grab a cup of coffee with them or something. But they have been wonderful, and we thought it was fitting also to recognize them on National Internship Day. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we're rolling then into the next piece, or do we need to do minutes? Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Well, great report. Thank you, Chris. A lot there, obviously, for the new folks. I mean, in my mind, that was a pretty holistic presentation of everything that's going on and a lot of really important background to digest afterwards as well. So thank you for that. We do have a couple of items we need to do here. Next up, we need to approve the minutes from our last meeting, which are contained in your book. So I entertain a motion for approval of minutes from last meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments, additions, corrections?
Yes.
Who served as chair?
Yeah,
It shows you serving. That is.
I did not notice that. That should be, it was actually Anthony serving.
Maybe it's right. I don't. It shows you signing it, so I don't know if that served or not. But
No, I think I can sign it even though I was not. Was chair of the meeting, correct? We'll figure that out, but any other, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. Thank you very much. Michelle, I believe you're going to do the update on the recently completed partnership Pentagon work, which has been fantastic. So turn it over to you.
Is it on? Okay. In front of you, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Michelle Ashcraft. I'm the Chief Program Officer here at the Commission. In front of you, you have this report as well as a copy of the presentation. The presentation is very high level, so if you're interested in more of what I'm about to share with you, this report will give you much more detail. And for those who are listening online and in the audience, we will publicly release this report on Monday. So there will be a press release that goes out. So if you're interested in getting your hands on it, you'll be able to go to our website and download that report on Monday. Much of what I'm going to share sort of reiterates what Commissioner Lowry has already shared today. So I'm going to try to speed through it a little quickly to give time to my colleagues for their presentations as well. Let's see if this works. Perfect. Commissioner Lowry convened the Partnership Pentagon a little over a year ago, and it brought together over 100 thought leaders from the sectors that you see here on the screen. You've heard him talk about before: business, government, education, nonprofit organizations, specifically community and faith-based organizations, and then philanthropy. And we have met 6 times between April 2023 and June 2024 to tackle sort of the big issues affecting education in our state, specifically in the higher education space, and to make recommendations for how we may work together across those sectors in order to address those challenges. This report is the outcome of those meetings and a set of recommendations that can be responded to across those sectors. And so we're going to give highlights about that today. It is important to know that this report is specifically just a set of recommendations and not an implementation plan. That's not to say that implementation plans may not follow, but it's just the first sort of high-level menu of options for which these leaders across these different sectors might be able to choose from to help implement. You'll see, if you read the report, that there are some specific ones that the Commission will certainly take on, and we've even got some more specificity regarding timelines and details about how we may do that, but we fully expect other sectors to take on some of the others, and we'll share a little bit more about that at the end. Commissioner Lowry has already shared the HOPE agenda, so I won't speak very much about this, but what we did do to frame the Partnership Pentagon was that every recommendation that came out of it should have aligned to one or more of the HOPE agenda goals. So when you flip through the report itself, you'll see that the recommendations are organized that way. And so it's this presentation to give you the highlights of those as well. So to start, we'll start with HOPE Goal 1, which is the one that focuses on the going rate for youth and adults, so those immediately leaving high school as well as adults. I don't think many of you will find it surprising that the majority of the recommendations that came out of the Partnership Pentagon were in this space. And I think it's because it is the goal that we have talked about the most in the last couple of years. If you Google at this point, you'll frequently see that Commissioner Lowry sounded the alarm on the college going rate in Indiana. And it's been talked about enough that others have started to use that language and address it. And so it's the HOPE agenda goal that folks were most familiar with. And you'll probably see more attention to other HOPE agenda goals coming forward. I'm just going to talk about some themes and the recommendations. You'll see a lot about the 21st Century Scholars Program here. Obviously, Commissioner Lowry shared our ability to now auto-enroll students and the scale at which we have done that.
But being able to auto-enroll students is really just the first step in the process. They then have to sign their pledge. They have to complete a set of 12 activities in high school, meet a certain GPA and diploma requirement to be able to activate that scholarship. And so a lot of the recommendations are about supporting the much larger pipeline of students that will come through high school and into our campuses starting in fall 2027. You'll also see a lot of specific recommendations about how we can support adult learners, specifically in the transition back to education or maybe to higher education for the first time. You'll also see a call out about specific support programs. We had a lot of participation from the TRIO community, from Gear Up programs, from the College Advising Corps, for the JAG program. So there's some recommendations about how we can leverage those existing programs and potentially either expand them, elevate them, replicate them, share them more widely across the state. You'll also see a lot about communication all throughout the report, but specifically around this goal as well. Communication about FAFSA completion, communication about our pre-admissions initiative, communication just about college going and financial aid in general, communication about the value of education, and about opportunities to lower the tuition costs for both adults and our youth as well. So that is the summary of a lot of these recommendations here. You'll see specifically a couple of things to call out. I mentioned also here to open educational resources. This is really, we've done a lot of work to talk about the cost of education in terms of tuition and fees, but this is really an opportunity to also lower the cost of textbooks and other educational material. Ivy Tech is specifically called out as an example in the report for that initiative. And then Commissioner Lowry mentioned the Heart and Minds work. So that wraps up here in the next couple of months or so, certainly investing in what a campaign would look like to capitalize on that research as well. Moving into Hope Agenda Goal 2, which is the one that focuses on post-secondary attainment for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and the justice involved. Ball State, our colleagues earlier talked about co-locating services on their campuses. We want to encourage more of that across our campuses, but specifically thinking also about local resources and how do we get them integrated into the campuses, specifically for our adult learners and those who have families. You'll see a lot about how we can implement the work that has been done by the task force that created this framework for credit for prior learning and how we can expand that across our campuses as well. And a specific recommendation to start for our veterans and military affiliated community with the joint services transcript as well. You'll see a lot of recommendations about sort of automatically screening for credit for prior learning for various populations across the state. And then my colleague Stacey Townsley, as well as Major General Erica Sturman, had previously led a task force, the Veterans Educational Pathway Task Force, and there will be similar efforts that are to come to focus on individuals with disabilities and those who are justice involved as well. Moving on to Hope Agenda Goal 3. This is the one that is on utilization of credit for prior learning. Again, thinking about how do we make the admissions process more accessible through utilization of credit for prior learning? How can we pre-screen individuals to let them know on the front end what they may qualify for, not just after they have already accepted their admission? Making sure that all of our campuses are utilizing that credit for prior learning framework. How can we crosswalk what our employers are doing with training in their own organizations to award credit where that is possible? And then also, how can we fund sort of a one-stop shop database, website, whatever you might want to call that, for Hoosiers across the state to go and be able to investigate how they might be able to earn credit and at what institutions they may be able to do that. Moving on to Hope Agenda Goal 4, which is the one that really focuses on degree completion for our Hoosiers. You will see a lot of recommendations here related to career advising, career coaching, career programming, those sorts of things. Much of what came out of the 2023 session for the work of the commission puts us more in the workforce space, specifically with career coaching, work-based learning, and connecting students to those opportunities both at the K-12 and the higher education level. So you'll see references there to the career scholarship account and work-based learning, especially in the form of internships, apprenticeships, and co-op. We also, for the 21st Century Scholars Program, it's been referenced that we have a high school scholar success program. Prior to COVID, we had just
piloted a college version of that, and then COVID slowed us down on that a little bit. And so we're looking forward to bringing that program back to support our collegiate 21st century scholars towards completion, specifically with a lot of career support through that program as well. You'll also see a reference here to the JAG program. Certainly we want to expand JAG to as many high schools as possible across the state, but we do have a couple of our institutions that have collegiate level JAG programs, and we'd like to work with other institutions to potentially implement that more across our campus as well. To be able to expand that support services all the way through to degree completion. You'll also see something here about leveraging localized data. Our business intelligence team has been working on, you've seen a lot of our dashboards and presentations about college going data and completion data and those sorts of things. We're working on breaking that down at a more local level. We already provide it at the school, district, and county level, but how can we do that even further with specific zip codes, for example, and then partnering with the United Way on their ALICE data and sort of marrying that together so we can have very targeted strategic approaches for both college going and completion across there. We're collaborating with the Richard M. Fairbanks Foundation and many other organizations across the state on expanding youth apprenticeship across the state. And then you'll see some recommendations here about preventing unemployment through upskilling talent that are already in our organizations across the state so that we can try to prevent as much unemployment, as possible. And then for Vision Goal 5, which is our goal that's focused on retaining our talent in state, specifically those who graduate from our institution. You'll see some call outs there to being able to scale alumni engagement opportunities. Ball State is certainly referenced as an example there. You've heard about their county ambassador program. There's also a recommendation to develop career coaching centers. What that may look like to be determined, but an opportunity to bring K-12, higher education, employers and intermediaries together in spaces, not only to provide career coaching, but also connection to work-based learning opportunities, especially to implement some of those that came out of the 2023 and 2024 sessions. You see a recommendation there about the outcomes-based performance funding formula. That is specifically to really focus even more so than we have before about enrolling low-income students in college and focusing on connecting all students to work-based learning opportunities as well. So that is a very quick overview. Just to give a sense of next steps, I mentioned before, this is not an implementation plan. It is simply a menu of recommendations that I think we say over 100, but I think it worked out to be about 140 leaders across the state have come together. Many of folks in this room, both commission members and other partners in the audience. And so we will be working with partners over the next several months to think about who may want to lead on some of these efforts. Many of them have already stepped up to do that across all of the sectors. Some who are in the room today, so we are appreciative of that. We will be releasing a state of higher education report in the fall semester, and then certainly preparing for the next legislative session. So some of these may be able to be implemented nearly immediately. Some may need some time for us to either think about planning or funding or legislation or those sorts of things. So we think we will call the Partnership Pentagon back together after we've worked through getting those additional reports out and preparing for the next legislative session. So with that, I will ask Commissioner Lowry if he wants to add anything that I didn't cover, and happy to take any questions before we move on.
No, just again, really quickly, just so grateful for all the partners who've been participating, and we're not going to let them get off the hook. We're going to continue to bring them back together on a pretty regular basis. It was incredible. For me, I'm so nerdy about this. We're sort of like a salon or colloquium that then we actually put into action after 4 to 6 hours of getting people together each of these times. And so, yeah, we're really excited about recommendations that came out, sort of as a menu, if you will, as Michelle said. And I'll also say that there's probably no one on the entire team who worked harder on this than Michelle. Lots of weekends and late nights working on this report. So thank you here publicly, Michelle.
Thank you. I'll echo that a little bit. If you did not have the opportunity to participate with us, those 6 meetings that we had were each about 6 hours long, so similar to a day like today. So we are very grateful for those leaders who invested that time to come to Indianapolis and do that work with us in person. Thanks to those of you in the room and those listening and those not with us today. And then also as a point of gratitude for Allison Kier, Doug Littner, and Emily Price on our marketing communications team. They are just design and editing wizards, and we couldn't do a lot of what we do without them, and I certainly couldn't have put this report together without them, so thank you to them as well.
Thank you, Michelle. Any great report, great work. It was, having participated, it was a lot of learning, and I thought a really important opportunity to get people in the room that have perspective that is super relevant, not just to higher education, but education overall, in a way that they normally may not have had the opportunity to have input on. So I think it's very informative. I think the report has a lot of really good information for lots of organizations and institutions to get behind and think through. In particular, as I think about a new governor coming into place, I think there's a lot of relevant information from this that could be very helpful to whoever the next governor is to think through some of this stuff. So, really good work. Any comments or questions on that report at this point? Okay, well, I encourage you to, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Janice.
Yes, I just want to take a moment just so that it doesn't get lost. As I said, listening to Chris's report and then follow up with Michelle. It isn't just me, but this is some brilliant stuff. I mean, so just from A, I'm kind of looking at data with a comparison, Georgia, North Carolina, and setting up the context for Hope Agenda. You talked about bringing student success front and center. My thought was that your presentation needs to be front and center. Like there is a community call out, and you have the opportunity to present what you just presented. It just seems like it needs to be lifted out of here into a bigger forum. Because again, I really am curious and intrigued as to how the other states moved and Indiana did not. So I just think that the whole presentation was outstanding, and I don't want that to get lost. Because I would love you all to be encouraged in the work that you do. And just, I mean, that's what leaders do. You just keep pushing us and leading us forward versus just this is on the agenda, do it, next item. I think it's outstanding work. And all the hard work, as you say, with Fridays, Saturdays, weekends is evident. And so maybe just more of a, I don't know, just more of a process or a presentation, and I don't know, so it's just a question. I think from the word go, when you first joined, your ideation around the Hope Agenda. Once again, I thought it was very insightful and a brilliant strategic move. But then as I listen here, sometimes I find myself getting kind of lost between the Hope Agenda and the Pentagon. Whereas it seems to me that your Hope Agenda is so strong and it has such a powerful branding element to it, such powerful relevance. It's easy to talk about, it's easy to relate. Everybody needs hope. Like there are some arguments among some scholars that hope is the one character trait no one can do without. So whereas the partnership Pentagon kind of seems like this is the team that we brought together to bring light to the Hope Agenda. So if I'm looking at this, I would think that there would be like Hope Agenda and the partnership Pentagon came together, but the Hope Agenda is never lost. And then you go into the goals again of the Hope Agenda, but that would just be my feedback. Like Hope Agenda, and then here's this powerful group that's come together. And in synergy and in partnership to make this HOPE agenda happen. But the HOPE agenda itself it's never lost because it just speaks. This is what we're trying to do to take Indiana up to meet those peers and exceed those peers. So again, job well done to the entire staff, and thanks for your patience.
Super point, Dennis. As always, really, really outstanding. Larry, I think you had a comment or a question.
Following on Dennis's comments, I'm sure you are, but have you started to formulate what you're gonna do with the, I'll catch you on here. Yeah, following on Dennis's comments, I'm sure you've thought about it, but when will you formulate your request for the legislature? I mean, obviously that falls out of this. And I guess the second thing is how can we help you?
Larry, to answer your first question, very soon. In terms of the legislature, we're calling through this and other ideas that have been brought before us and other, conversations with our partners like we had with President Burns and his team this morning. We'll be doing that, are we, at mid-July, late July, over the next 60 days in concerted effort. I'm looking to our Budget Productivity Committee Chair, Mike Alley. We'll be bringing these things forward in the next 60 days. In answer to your question, how can we help? Just keep answering the call. Michelle noting, we keep saying over 100, it was actually around 140 people who showed up for 6-hour meetings. Oh my goodness. And when we need help with a phone call, when we need help with someone showing up, and sitting in a Ways and Means Committee meeting with us, helping us illustrate a story. Here, I always think that the data really matter. They're just facts. You got to scrub the facts, but they're facts. But then the accompanying story really is impactful. A year and a half ago, I didn't know until I actually looked at the state budget director at the time, Zach Jackson, and said, we want to do this crazy thing with 21st century scholars, and I'm sure nobody will want to do it. And so he let me talk, and about 45 minutes later said, yeah, I was a 21st century scholar too. I'm like, what? So I say that, Larry, all of those things, just answering the call. Those of you know me well enough, you know me a long time. We won't be shy about asking. But the context of those things really matter. The elementary school near your organization, Dennis, I got the numbers written down that you've referenced before with the percentage of children who are not at third grade literacy. Those things matter. So Larry, that was a rambling answer to your question, but also don't wait for us to call. Part of what I love about this commission is all of you are not shy people. I hear from you, our team does. And we're missing the boat, or you just think this is the way you need to couch the HOPE agenda. This is how you need to illustrate the partnership Pentagon. Bring it on. We don't have all the answers. I know I certainly don't. So thank you. And thank you too, Dennis.
All right. Any other burning comments or questions before we move on? Mike, you look like you're itching to say something, or no? I misread your body language.
I think I'm next on the agenda.
Well, you are in a sense, but we're gonna switch things up on you. Rather than, well, actually, no, that's not true. Seth Henshaw has a presentation on budgeting and funding, but I think we're gonna flip it till after we do the Budget Productivity Committee report, or quick report out, and then the approval of both full projects and expedited projects. So I will turn it to Mike, I guess you, and then to Seth.
Well, I'll just do an introductory comment and indicate that the Budget Productivity Committee did meet on July 11th. And we've reviewed the capital projects that are before you. And again, there are a number of them, some of which will require individual approval, as well as a couple for expedited approval. So we'll review those. Also, just I guess why don't we cover that first, and then I'll make a couple of introductory comments before we do Seth's presentation. So
Yeah, sounds
with
good.
that, I'll turn it to Seth to kind of walk us through the capital projects for specific approval.
Sounds great. Fire away, Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I believe we're ready to start with Purdue University. Is that where we're at the agenda?
Oh, yes, and actually, I'm supposed to do this part, yes, where I've got no order. So yes, the first project for full discussion is Purdue University Indianapolis Academic Success Building, which can be found on page 13 of your agenda book. Alicia Knapziger, who is the Director of Government Relations and Fiscal Policy Analysis at Purdue, is here to present on this item. So, hi, Alicia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. So the project before you today is the Academic Success Building, Purdue's first build on our Indianapolis campus. This project before you totals $187 million. It did receive $60 million in state funding in the last budget. We're additionally providing $25 million in operating reserve funds, as well as taking out $102 million in non-fee replaced debt, so not funded by the state. This debt issue will be serviced solely from our housing and dining revenues. Gift funds are being sought, and if secured, they will lower the amount of debt being serviced. However, the specific capital campaign has not happened, and we feel completely comfortable moving forward today if no gift funds were secured. This project will construct a new approximately 252,000 gross square foot mixed-use facility that serves as a gateway for the Indianapolis urban campus near the intersection of West Street and Michigan Street. The existing parking lot that is there today will be demolished to make way for this new building. And if you have a question on parking, just demolishing this flat lot will not cause any issues for our students. The scope of the project allows for retail, several floors of academic programming with a number of classrooms, labs, and then multiple floors of residential space, including nearly 500 beds, and then indoor dining facilities with a capacity of approximately 400 seats. Some outdoor seating, amenities, and green space will also be included. The building will have an additional level to support the mechanical equipment for the building as well. So Purdue is currently undergoing our campus master plan for Indianapolis. We are planning for enrollment growth over 50 years to reach 15,000 students. But in the near term, Purdue's current enrollment projections plan to grow enrollment steadily over the next 3 years, increasing from roughly 2,900 students to 3,100 students in 2028. For fall of 2024 specifically, the student breakdown is about 50% engineering students, 20% science, and 30% Purdue Polytechnic Institute. And we have met our enrollment goal of around 800 undergrads for the fall 2024 year. The building will be finished and occupancy will be in fall of 2027. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Alicia. I think before we get to questions, Seth, you're going to provide the staff feedback and recommendations along with any comments from the Budget and Productivity Committee, I believe.
Happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Alicia and Purdue for bringing this project forward. Something I think I'd like to point out and remind the commission is that during the 23 budget session, both Indianapolis and Purdue University, IU and Purdue University received one-time additional operating support to support the separation and expansion of the two campuses in Indianapolis, as well as both receiving a $60 million capital appropriation. I raise that because I just want to offer kind of my appreciation for 2/3 of this project being funded through commitment by Purdue, through housing and dining auxiliary fees and through institutional operating reserves.
And so I just want to express appreciation for the commitment that Purdue is showing to the Indianapolis campus, for the very public commitment they've made in their intentionality of many of these students, connecting with employers in Central Indiana, really becoming a hotbed and a footprint for retaining a lot more of these graduates in Indiana. So we're very excited about that and appreciate that. And then with that being said, staff does recommend approval of this project.
Hey, Mike, any comments?
No, just that the committee did review this and did likewise recommend approval, and I would make a motion for approval of this capital project.
Thank you very much. Can I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, now any questions, comments, clarifications needed from either Alicia or Seth or Mike? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of approval, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. All right, very good. Congratulations and thanks for Purdue's and IU's increased investment in Indianapolis. Very important going forward. So next, number 2 of project for full discussion, Indiana University Indianapolis Athletic Center, found on page 21 of your agenda book. Vice President of Capital Planning and Facilities at Indiana University, Tom Morrison. Welcome, Tom, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Always good to be with you on behalf of Indiana University. I've got 4 projects for your review today. And we'll start right away with the Indiana University Indianapolis Athletic Center to be built on the Indianapolis campus. As I did for the committee, I probably need to provide you a little bit of history regarding athletic facilities at the Indianapolis campus. Way back in the early 1980s, when the then IUPUI campus was in its infancy, all of the athletic facilities on that campus were built with the support of the state of Indiana and philanthropy to support the Pan Am Games at the time. And so think about Carroll Stadium for track and field and opening ceremonies. Think of the IU Natatorium, the tennis center was there. All those facilities were built at that time for that event, and then were to be owned and operated by IU over its time. About a little bit more than a decade ago, we started to understand that district, what we call the sports district of the campus, and what it would need in its next generation. And so at the time, we undertook an effort in philanthropy with the help of the Lilly Endowment in the city of Indianapolis to renovate the IU Natatorium. The IU Natatorium, if you didn't know, is still regarded as the fastest pool in the world. Any Olympic swimmer, you'll get your fill of Olympic swimming gear in the next week or so. They have competed in that pool. Indianapolis just hosted, as you know, the Olympic swimming trials. That event doesn't come to Indianapolis without the bedrock of the IU Natatorium. That facility, funded by the state of Indiana, then owned and operated by IU. Fast forward to after we renovated that facility with money appropriated by the state and approved by this commission in 2017, we undertook a study of the sports district to say, okay, what next? And one of the elements of that study that was completed in 2019 was the addition of an on-campus facility of 4,500 seats as an amateur athletic center. Again, think small arena for the benefit of the local community and events that would come, and but also, of course, for the benefit of the campus. That was one of the strong recommendations then, and so we were getting ready to propose that with the state of Indiana, and then COVID hit. And we honestly feared that the appetite for that study and that plan may go in a different direction. Funny thing happened is that in 2021, if you recall, during the latter phases of COVID, Indianapolis hosted the entire NCAA men's basketball tournament. It'll never happen again, in terms of being on the site. And it was during that time that the community realized we really could use that one more venue in terms of the activities that we attract. And so with the partnership of the Indiana Sports Corporation, the NCAA, and lots of community partners, there was a unified proposal to add an amateur athletic center to be located on the IU Indianapolis campus. We're grateful that the General Assembly in their 2023 budget appropriated not to IU, but to the state budget agency to build a new facility with the intent that it would be the facility that I've been talking about. They appropriated the funds, and the strong feedback we had from the General Assembly was this can't be a facility that is only for IU Indianapolis. It can't be a campus-only facility. We completely agree with that. The natatorium is a great example. Yes, IU utilize that natatorium, but the majority of the activity in there is either community or event-based. We see this facility being the same thing. The other thing that the General Assembly wanted us to look at in terms of promoting, again, the next generation of the sports district is the attraction of national sports governing bodies to be housed in Indianapolis. And so we're very proud to announce at our recent trustee approval of this project that we have negotiated an agreement with USA Track and Field will locate their national offices in this facility and to remain in Indianapolis. They have been housed in Indianapolis, and we're competing with other cities. So we're pleased again to bring before you the approval of this project. It is proposed to be 4,500 seats, a multi-purpose athletic venue to be used for the sports of basketball, volleyball, any flat floor activity that you can imagine. Think of any NCAA championship that is offered that needs a venue of that size, and think beyond Division I, think Division II and Division III, and that's why it was an interest of the NCAA. Cost of the facility is $110 million. $89 million provided by the state of Indiana and $21 million provided by IU. Location will be, for any of you that can remember, on the site of the old Indianapolis Tennis Center, the old tennis stadium, just to the west of Military Park. It will be located in between what is the Heron School of Art and the State Museum, but immediately north also of the NCAA and the National High School Federation. Glad to answer any questions. Thank you for letting me take the time, Seth, asked me to provide you with a little context, because this one's a little bit out of the ordinary.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, a little walk down memory lane. I actually worked for the Pan Am Games in 1987 for a year, so I have fond memories of the development of those facilities. Seth, report out from committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think really the only thing I was going to add is that Tom, I don't believe you necessarily stated today, but the earned revenue from this facility is planned to largely, if not entirely, cover the operating costs, which I think is something worth noting because there is a somewhat substantial operating cost to a facility this size. So I think it's worth pointing out. And then additionally, I think it's worth pointing out, and I'll add to what Tom shared, that we were engaged in this conversation during the legislative session, but I think to IU's credit, this was not just an IU project. There were a lot of actors and a lot of participants in advocating for this. And so I think what we're seeing now on the back end of that advocacy is reflective of the collaborative nature in which the facility will be used. So with that, staff recommends approval of this project.
I think Tom did a great job of illustrating the integrity of what's taking place here. Typically, the commission would not, the state would not fund just pure athletic facilities. However, this truly is unique and a community asset, and that was certainly a key consideration for the committee. But the committee did approve it and recommends approval. I'd make the motion to do so.
Thank you, Mike. Here a second, please. Thank you very much. Any comments, questions, concerns, clarifications for Tom or anything? Yeah, Dennis.
sorry, not to belabor, but the only comment I will make is I feel like I would not be doing it justice unless I asked Tom to make a comment about, as he talked about history, to make a comment about Jim Morris. And
I thank you, Dennis. Great. That'll be hard. This facility was, one of Jim Morris, as many of you know, and unfortunately passed about 2 weeks ago. This facility was one of his, last big projects that he worked on. And I had the joy of, after the committee met, because he wanted to know about every single step of this, of passing on to him, after the committee met that it had been approved. He said, keep going, keep going. And so, this facility, really has his fingerprints, as so much in Indianapolis did, has his fingerprints all over it. And he was really the architect of, as he always was, of bringing everybody together. So thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, that was very appropriate. Thank you, Dennis. I remember Jim. I mean, he was obviously the driver, not alone, but certainly one of the main drivers for the whole amateur athletic investments in Indianapolis, bringing Fan Am games to Indy and everything since. So super aligned with this. Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same? Great. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a couple of, I hope, easier ones for you. The next project is also proposed for the Indianapolis campus. It is the laboratory renovations for the medical science building for the School of Medicine, again, on the IU Indianapolis campus. This project takes what is existing office and classroom space in the medical science building. The opportunity for this is that, as many of you know, School of Medicine, we are building a new academic medical education center as part of the academic health center complex being built at 16th and Senate, just south of the existing Methodist Hospital. You can't drive through that part of Indianapolis without noticing all the cranes in the air. And so as we relocate this activity from the School of Medicine, the academic activity, it will create opportunities to build more lab space, which is desperately needed by the School of Medicine, largest school of medicine in the country, and reflects our research activity as well. This one is $11 million. It'll accommodate 28,000 gross square feet in the building, and again, converting what is existing classroom and office space to lab space on what will still remain the research campus of the IU School of Medicine. Just in this building, just for geography, it's just to the east of Riley Hospital for Children. So glad to answer any questions.
Tom? Seth, just in time.
Just in the nick of time, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I want to add is, we're excited to see the continued investment that our own institutions are making in research, the opportunity. I know Thomas is IU's portion, but I had an opportunity to visit with Purdue, West Lafayette this week, and just spending some time talking about the CHIPS Act and the importance of research funding, which, as we'll talk about in just a minute, as the commissioner mentioned earlier, is a component of the performance funding formula. With that, staff recommends approval of this project.
Great. Thank you. Mike, you want to?
Committee likewise approved and recommends approval. I'd make that motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Second. Thank you, Tom. Any comments or questions for Tom on this building? All right, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. Okay, congratulations. And I think you've got what, Tom? One more, two more. I'm sorry. Chemistry teaching.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project will be on our Bloomington campus. This is renovation of teaching labs in the chemistry building at IU Bloomington. This is a chance to combine what is necessary infrastructure projects of R&R, renovation and rehabilitation, of 31,000 gross square feet within the chemistry building, but also then to upgrade teaching labs, which The chemistry building is nearing 100 years old. It's been through renovation, but building that old takes periodic renovation, and the laboratories are of past their effective life in terms of modern instruction. And so this will be a multi-year approach to upgrade those teaching labs. And it'll combine funding sources will be R&R funding, which is part of our R&R plan, but also campus renovation funds for those instructional spaces. The cost will be $14.6 million. And again, 31,000 square feet, right in the middle of the IU campus. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Seth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just add that we appreciate any opportunity to talk about the value of R&R funding. Again, we'll talk about the state side of that in a moment, but appreciate the intentionality with which our institutions also set institutional resources aside and plan for future R&R needs. And with that, staff recommends approval of this project.
Great, thank you. Mike, any comments?
Just concur with that. Committee recommends and I move approval.
Thank you. And a second here?
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments or questions for Tom? Tom, I can just say that color commentary here, I was a biology and chemistry major at IU. So I spent a lot of time in that building in the very early 1980s, and actually hadn't been back in that building until 2 weeks ago when I had a meeting with Richard DeMarkey, a longtime researcher there. I can just say, good job on reinvesting in some of the much needed work there. Again, brought back painful memories and some other sleepless nights probably. So well done. Hearing no questions or concerns, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same? All right, very good. Congratulations. Now the last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have made a note that you might require some counseling.
Yeah, thank you. Richard didn't help with that.
Last project, and Seth teed me up well for this one. This is an example of a needed R&R infrastructure project that we are funding as an institution because we have put away funds over the years for this purpose. So this is on our Bloomington campus, cooling capacity and distribution upgrades. This is, that's a fancy way of saying we need to upgrade the air conditioning. And so to give you an idea of scale, we operate the Bloomington campus in a central system that includes 14 chillers across the campus, 14 major chillers. 5 of those chillers are over the age of 35, so we know that we need to replace them. This plan plans on replacing 2 of them, and then we're going to add 2 more, 2 new ones to upgrade our capacity. Because we're on a central system, we have over time, not only new buildings that we put on that system, but we take older buildings that we renovate that maybe didn't have air conditioning. And then when we put in central air in those buildings, we put it onto the central system. So over the last decade, we've actually increased our need by 22%. And that's not because we added 22% more space on the Bloomington campus. It's because we're renovated that much. To give you some frame of reference, maybe Commissioner Peterson, take you down memory lane again. You remember Valentine Hall. And so Valentine Hall, up until you all recommended a renovation money for that about half a dozen years ago, that had all window air conditioners. And that is a 300,000 square foot building. So during that renovation, we put it on the central system and that increased the load. Any of you who are IU grads who may have lived in Wright Quad, same drill, was all window air conditioning. Now we are renovating that to put it on the central system. Long way of saying that we need to upgrade the system continuously. I'll be back to you at some point, likely to replace the other 3 older units, but we're adding 2 more, and then we're going to connect all of that system together. We are in 5 hubs around the campus. This project will connect all those. So just in case we have a certain district go down, for whatever reason, we have the ability to link on to one of the others. We do that with electricity anyways. Now we're going to do chill water. We are about to get into our most critical time for air conditioning need within the month of August and September. That is the time when all students, of course, come back to us. It is the time when the heat affects us the most. It is getting worse over the years. And you combine that with people's expectations for air conditioning is far more intense than it used to be. I am getting ready for all the complaints that will come in a few weeks for students who will come back to us where we may keep the temperature at 76 or so, trying to manage our expenses. And they may have been living at home for the summer with the temperature at 68. And that creates a lot of angst. So any of you who lived in spaces where all you did was open the windows when it was warm in the summer, those days are gone. And so that's the importance of this. And so $16.3 million and funded by utility reserves. Happy to answer.
Tom, I'll just say that Commissioner Lowry and I were up here listening to you and talking about Valentine. When we were there, we're about the same age. I don't think Valentine had any air conditioning.
Thank you, that's what I'm.
It didn't have window air conditioners, so I remember those days in August, even though it's gotten worse.
I might add, Mr. Chairman, we also walked uphill to Valentine.
Both ways, uphill. Seth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just add that as a former resident assistant here at Ball State, August and September and the open the window technique for air conditioning was the #1 driver of community engagement in the residents. But I've been told as recently as last evening by a member of Ball State's Residence Life team that it is a non-negotiable these days by students. But as Tom mentioned, we appreciate the fiscal prudence and fidelity with which they maintain these assets and setting aside our dollars. And with that, we recommend approval of this project.
Thank you. And Mike, last one.
Yes, recommend approval, make the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Give a second here.
Second.
Thank you again. Any comments, questions? Nobody's going to vote against this. Yeah. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. All right, thank you very much, Tom. Congratulations for your investments. All right, we will now move to the capital projects for expedited action. We have 2 of those listed in your agenda book on page 61 of the first one, Ball State University's new championship performance center and Indiana University 2025 regional campus deferred maintenance. So I believe those have obviously they've gone through the budget productivity committee with full approval. So I would entertain a motion for approval of those expedited capital project items.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions based on the projects? Very good. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. All right, those are approved. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Seth, I'm sorry. Yes, let's go back to you. You have a short presentation on funding and budgeting. So thank you.
I'll certainly make it as short as I can. Insert my obligatory standing before lunch joke here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Happy to be here for this opportunity. Commissioner Lowry and I thought there'd be a lot of value in providing the commission with a quick update and really just a high-level summary of higher education funding kind of in its totality. We get very laser focused in on capital, on state line items, on performance funding, but I think it's important to have maybe a more holistic appreciation for higher education funding. So I'm going to move through this as quickly as I can. Feel free to cut me off and I will jump around probably just a little bit to make sure that we have time. So here is a very high level summary of operating funding revenues for our public institutions. And I want to highlight that we're really looking at those major revenues. Those broadly were less restricted or unrestricted revenue sources. So you have your state appropriation, they have obviously net tuition revenue, they have financial aid. I will note for this purpose, net tuition revenue does include many forms of non-state aid for the students. including, that would include loans, that would include federal aid, and the state, it would be that state financial aid. But as you can see here, roughly a third of our public higher education institutions will rely on the state for about a third of their operating support. And then in addition, grants, gifts, there are many other research funding, there's many other components, but these are kind of some of those big categories. But it's worth pointing out that the amount of reliance an institution has on their state appropriation really varies. So I've split the map here between our 4-year institutions and our 2-year institutions. I can share that even within the 4-year institutions, there is a wide variance in the amount of operating support that they receive from the state, ranging anywhere from 17% to 50% of their operating. So I provide this to try and again give context as we're visiting these campuses, especially during the budget year, kind of keep in mind what share of the responsibility the state has for those institutions. And one other thing I'll note, this comes up infrequently, but I think it's worth reminding. The state appropriation, state operating appropriation, generally speaking, is considered the state's buying down the cost of tuition and education for those Hoosier students, right? So there's this delta between in-state tuition and out-of-state, or what we call resident and non-resident. And so in many ways, what we're doing through supporting our public institutions through state general fund support is reducing the cost on Hoosier students to attend those institutions. And we'll get into how that plays out in just a minute. But I think it's really important, some of us who heard Commissioner Lyra speak earlier, we'll go too far into that, but to know we are doing an incredible job as public institutions in the state at holding the line on tuition and mandatory fees. And the mandatory fee is a fee paid by all students. So think of, I don't know, a technology fee or something like that. Something I want to note is in 2023 dollars of the last decade, or I think Commissioner Lyra correctly noted, it's been about 12 years now, there's actually been a real dollar decline in the tuition buying power of our public institutions of over 11% in the last 12 years. So I mentioned we had the 6th lowest growth in that period of time. Our, what I call the static ranking, or where we just, pick us out in 2023, where were we? We were about 22nd out of 4 institutions, about 33rd out of 2 institutions. But we are going to continue to see us improving in that category as we continue to hold the line on tuition and mandatory fee growth. And I should note the source from that is the College Board. Tuition and fees, the commission's actually responsible, obligated even, to provide a recommended tuition and mandatory fee target for all of our public institutions. That has ranged from 0 to, well, in this most recent year, up to 3.5%. Generally speaking, institutions do a really good job of maintaining their tuition growth within the maximum amount that the commission sets. In any given biennium, there may be 1 or 2 that exceed it by a small amount, but generally speaking, we have very good positive buy-in from our institutions in utilizing that practice. So one of that's tuition fees. State financial aid is another component. As Commissioner Lyra mentioned earlier, we're ranked 8th in the nation for need-based financial aid for our students, which is incredible. We are very dedicated to removing cost as much as we can as a barrier for our students. Nationally, about 8.4% of state funding goes to need-based or to financial aid. In Indiana, it's almost 17% of our higher ed funding goes into financial aid, to give you that idea. One thing we're seeing nationally is there's a shift towards financial aid in the total share of funding. And although it's not a one-to-one, what you'll see from the national sources is it seems to be that shift is coming at the cost of, or from the share of funding allocated to research, agricultural, and medical appropriations, or what they call RAM. So your schools of medicine, your schools of vet med, ag programs, and then state research appropriations. We provide over $400 million in state aid. What this graph here represents is the major aid programs that we provide with the 21st Century Scholars and the Franklin Banning Grant, which are our 2 premier financial aid programs, but there are a number of other programs that we provide for, including funding the state's CBO fee remission program, which is for for children and spouses of veterans and public safety officers, as well as scholarships for prospective teachers, a number of them, the largest being the Next Generation Hoosier Educator Scholarship Program. Commissioner Lowry hit on this earlier, right? I want to note, again, 43rd in funding per FTE. One thing I want to point out also is we've had the 4th lowest growth in our state support for FTE in the country since 2001. And so again, our state does a phenomenal job in financial aid, but we are lagging the nation when it comes to direct state support for our public institutions, which again, really just adds weight to the impact and value of their holding the line of tuition and mandatory fees, the impact that has on supporting our Hoosier students. This is a slide that I don't know we've shown, at least recently. It is basically the inverse of the slide you saw just a moment ago. So this graph represents state support per FTE. This graph represents what share of an institution's operating funds, or really the education side of that, a student is responsible for paying for it. So it's the tuition and fees as compared with state appropriation and state aid. And as you can see here, we have the 5th highest share of costs that our students pay in the country as a share of the total operations of our institutions. Again, that doesn't take into account the efficiencies that you heard from President Burns earlier today, the operational efficiencies, the cost controls that our public institutions recognize and lean into, but it is a recognition that in Indiana, a Hoosier student pays a much higher portion of their public institutions' costs than in many other states. So now that we've gone over a high-level landscape analysis, I want to focus in on what the commission's recommendation includes. We are actually required, authorized, empowered, if you will, by state law to review budget requests from the institutions and to make budget recommendations to the General Assembly and the governor. And I just want to highlight that is unique. The commission has a unique budget role out of a lot of other state entities in comparison. Even to the degree that I just had a conversation recently with our colleagues at the budget agency, kind of reminding them of how we fit into that budget development process this year, reminding them that the commission will make its final budget recommendation on November meeting. And so we will be able to provide all those details in August, which is the normal development timeline. I want to highlight, this is really looking at state support on a fiscal year basis. The current fiscal year, $2.2 billion in ongoing support. I've broken it out here. You can see the majority of that funding is through operating support. Within operating, I'll touch on this in just a moment, that is where performance funding lives. It's a component of operating support. And if you go back over the last 20 years, a non-insignificant portion of that 68% has flown through new state support and performance funding formulas for several years. We currently represent just under 10% of the state biennial budget, which is down from over 12% in 2011-13 biennium. And it's down even more than that if we go back further. But I do want to highlight, because it doesn't show up in this pie, this last biennium in 2023, higher education received $630 million of one-time cash-funded capital projects. And I note that because there's really not a good place to put that into an ongoing support or operating support component of this type of conversation. But I don't want us to lose sight of the incredible capital investment our state makes into our public institutions. As I mentioned in my remarks earlier, the state does support R&R in public institutions. There's a formula we utilize. It's just under $500 million in the current fiscal year. The formula is based off of a deflator for replacement value of our infrastructure and capital assets for the academic and administrative component of our university's facilities. And there's just under $19 billion in assets that go through that formula. And so we'll be providing an update on that later in this year. Although I will note, last biennium we saw a near 10% increase in that formula due to historic inflation. And I am not expecting that to slow down dramatically this coming biennium. As it's mentioned previously, the capital cash appropriation, historic investment. On the flip side of that, the state has not issued debt for university capital, or what we call fee replacement appropriation. They've not issued new debt since the 2019 biennium. And so I note this in my conversations at the Budget Productivity Committee. I note this in conversations with the university. We have a whole cohort of legislators who have not been part of a budget where debt was issued. And so as we look into future biennia, there's going to be this, I think, an educational component that's necessary, but also a thoughtful approach from the commission, from the universities, and how we approach capital funding moving forward, understanding that we are currently $40 million annually in debt service below 2021. If no new debt service is issued and supported in this current biennium, we'll be $50 million below that 2021 peak. For the sake of time, we're going to jump quickly, only to note that additionally, many of our institutions have line items for a variety of topics. Some of them are what I like to refer to as legislative gifts. Some of them are things they sought out. One of the initiatives that staff is currently working through in partnership with the institutions is identifying those historic line item appropriations that truly are operating appropriations and figuring out where we can consolidate as possible. And so we'll have more for the commission on that in the coming weeks. So as mentioned previously, and as Commissioner Lowry's mentioned, and as our chair mentioned earlier, we do have an outcomes-based performance funding formula in the state of Indiana. We have one of the oldest, one of the more robust. It has a long legacy of support from this commission and of the General Assembly. One thing I want to hit on is this really has been the primary driver of state funding for the last decade at least, right? So new state investment has largely come through this funding outside of some occasional line items through that R&R formula and through capital investment. So outcomes-based performance funding really is the primary way by which our institutions earn additional state general operating dollars. You know, the purpose of it is really multi-pronged. It's kind of a three-legged stool. It's used to incentivize and reward alignment with the commission and the state's goals and priorities. It drives state investment, as I just mentioned. And additionally, it provides the opportunity for this body to identify and create these policy positions and priorities. And the reason I note that is while there is the financial incentive, as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the amount of reliance every institution has on state support varies dramatically, right? But I will note that there is an incredible amount of power getting this body speaking with one voice on what matters to the commission, what matters to the state of Indiana. And when we can get the boards of trustees and presidents and university leadership speaking in that same voice, in many ways that has more impact than the incentive funding itself. And so I never want to leave that off. You have seen this, you will continue to see this. This is our talent pipeline. It really is what we funnel and channel performance funding through. Three major components: enrollment, completion, and economic through the lens of research and graduate retention. I will note, I believe my 67% is now outdated, Commissioner. I think it's now 68% as you presented earlier. And then I only want to reiterate, enrollment, 37th in the country. Completion, because we've been so focused on it for well over a decade, 11th in the nation, which I think also highlights the value that, again, putting these policy objectives and these incentive formulas forward, we can create change and we can support our institutions in driving change. And so we're hoping to have that same impact in the economic and same impact on the college going rate enrollment. At a very high level, how performance funding works. And again, I will be very frank, it is a complex, although I don't believe complicated, creature. And I would love to spend any amount of one-on-one time with any of you as you would wish. The Budget Productivity Committee talks about this at length. We are in the middle of those conversations. We'll have several more meetings on this topic before we bring back a final recommendation to this body for approval and for the upcoming biennium. But really, it boils down to this. The formula establishes metrics. Metrics are just the data we use to identify the student population we're measuring, right? So we establish the metrics. We set stretch goals. And as you heard this morning, these are improvement goals. These are goals to improve the trend. We measure outcome against those goals, and then we award funding based on the progress those institutions make in meeting those goals. One thing I'll note is that many of our metrics are not new. They've been around for over a decade, and that's particularly in that completion category. On-time completion, overall completion, at-risk or now low-income completion, STEM degree completion. But there are some new components here as well. We're now incentivizing adults. We're now incentivizing on the enrollment side of adults and low-income Hoosiers to be a predictor and a future indicator of the completion success that we're hoping to see. as well as bringing back research incentive, which was around in the aughts, went away, I think in 2000, I won't guess the date, but it went away some number of years ago. We brought it back to highlight the value and importance that research has in our state, as well as what is absolutely my favorite thing to talk about, graduate retention. We'll talk more about that. Something that Commissioner Lowry and this body has been very clear about is we need to not only incentivize our institutions to work even harder than they already are to retain more of our graduates. And I will note both residents and non-residents, all of our graduates retain more of them here, but also to do a better job at measuring it. So we're working on that. And we'll have some important updates for this body soon. And then, one of the final components of this is the weighting. And we are working with our institutions right now to make tweaks and adjustments. This is the current weighting. And the weighting really is the way in which we honor mission differentiation among our institutions. One of the things we've already been publicly discussing is the likelihood that the adult enrollment and adult completion metric for our R1 institutions in Bloomington and West Lafayette will likely be reallocated to other areas. But we're also having a conversation with all of our institutions to try to really lean into where their improvement can drive the most benefit for the state of Indiana. The goals are what I like to refer to. The goals are what I like to refer to as really the secret sauce of the performance funding formula. It is one of the most challenging things to do really well, but it also is the #1 indicator of it. It's about being that stretch definition, right? Because we want the goals to be obtainable. If the goals are entirely unobtainable, then the formula misses on 2 of its 3 purposes. But it also has to drive improvement, because if all we're doing is incentivizing an institution to be the trend without any change, then again, we're failing to create that incentive and recognition of the work that's being done. So the goal part is very challenging. It's what we're constantly looking at, but it is really trying to represent improvement. And the only thing I'll note here is in fiscal 25, we awarded approximately 74% of the funding that was appropriated to the institutions for the performance funding model. I note that because we did advocate in 2023 with the legislature that we would like to create a non-reverting fund. So any monies that were not earned in the individual year in which they were appropriated could be attempted to reallocate a following year and earned in the following year, right? So giving institutions more than one opportunity to meet that goal. But we were unsuccessful in convincing the General Assembly of doing that. They've taken a pretty, I think, hard stance on non-reverting funds, on creating dedicated funds. And so we're currently working through opportunities where we can be creative and maintain and drive and improve Indiana's overall ranking in funding for higher education, but doing that through a lens of performance and maintaining the fidelity which this body, General Assembly, expects of us. And then last but not least, and I am out of time. Last but not least, and I am out of time, I just want to note, in addition to the higher education institutions, we are responsible for our own organization's budget. And I'll bring more of this to you in our next meeting. I just want to highlight that the commission is responsible for about $450 million in state funds and in federal funds. And so while we talk here a lot about programs and policies and partnerships, there is an incredible amount of work that goes on at the commission to manage these funds, to manage that $450 million responsibility. And so I just want to note that there has been a lot of growth. If you've been with the commission for a number of years, you will have seen the commission never lacks for new programs the legislature is interested in, new initiatives we're pursuing. There's always more to do and good work to be done. And we're very, very grateful. And we will continue to operate with fidelity. We'll continue to operate within our means. We'll continue to manage these financial aid funds to the best of our abilities. Thank you very much.
Great, Seth, great report. Any comments or questions for Seth? Again, for the new board or commission members, what a super resource that I would encourage you to dig in deeper after the meetings and talk directly to Seth about how all this works. But great preparatory presentation as well. Mike?
Just one other thing, Mr. Chairman, we realize that, it's, even though it's not complicated, it is complex. I'm not sure how you said that, but that was well said. But we typically would not have a budget productivity committee meeting in August, but we're going to go ahead and schedule one, and we're going to invite all commission members to attend so that we can really provide a more in-depth look, and particularly at the outcomes-based performance funding, because it's obviously we're going through a little bit of modification and change, and it's going to be important to get everyone's consensus and input on how that is occurring. Also, I would just like to thank all the institutions who have also provided a tremendous amount of input, and Seth has done an exceptional job of reaching out to all the institutions and seeking their input as we're putting kind of the final machinations onto this process to ensure that everybody is on board and that we continue to have a really unified front as we approach the biennium and budgeting process that we're going through here for April of next year.
That's great. Mike, thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership of this effort on behalf of the commission and Seth, your team. Awesome. Yeah.
Budget discussion that you just referenced.
To be determined. We're working to schedule that now.
Yeah, we haven't got it. We'll get it scheduled.
Dennis, do you have time? Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Seth, is it possible? You're a very bright guy, so I know it's possible to answer the wrong question. In the spirit of performance, we talk about completion rates, persistence rates, and then we talk about dollars. But I've never seen where we've tried to align and correlate the two so that we're actually seeing basically how are we doing with taxpayer money in terms of return on investment. I always see them separate, but it just seems like from the standpoint of stewardship, from the standpoint of educating, from the standpoint of coming back and telling people that these are the dollars that were allocated. This is the reason for the allocation. We're trying to get people to perform, get their degrees, and now this is how we're performing. I'm always, 40 years ago, and I still think about my friend said every time he drove to college, he would pack 10 cases of oil because this is what it took for him to actually get from Indianapolis to North Carolina. He got such a bad leak of oil. And so I think when we saw those numbers together, I'm just wondering whether or not it showed well and compared to other states, really, this is what we're doing with dollars. And hey, we outlay all these dollars, but in context, we're really not doing as well as we should be doing with the dollars. We're not good stewards. We don't get good returns. So then what do we do in reaction to that? It would be good to see those combined if that's possible.
Yeah, Commissioner Wynn, I appreciate that. And I would just add my commitment that at our September commission meeting, we'll bring some of that information. But I think one note I would kind of have in response for the body today is, institutions, as I mentioned previously, have a very specific number of revenue sources. And we know that it costs something to improve on-time completion. It costs something to connect students with employers and communities to retain them in state. And so there is, I think, always this regular chicken and egg conversation of what should come first, the performance or the funding. And there's a national conversation around that right now. I think that to some degree, what we really have to also figure out is where our levers are, of control of the commission, right? So what can we accomplish with performance funding and really hone in on that and amplify that? But I really appreciate the question. I think working with our business intelligence team, Brooke is bringing, we can put some of that information together for our September meeting, when we'll also bring back to this body specific recommendations for the new biennium on weighting, metric adjustments, and things like that. Thank you. As always, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one?
Absolutely.
One observation, we had talked earlier this morning about North Carolina and Georgia. I noticed in the chart the placement of North Carolina and Georgia relative to Indiana in terms of state appropriation. So just an observation for the commission. The other thing I wondered, Seth, is how you're thinking about it. If it's premature, feel free to say that. I noticed on your chart on slide 21, you're still listing IUPUI. How is your thinking about IUI and Purdue University of Indianapolis evolving as part of this discussion?
Very relevant timing. We are still having these conversations now, and I will note one of the reasons we identify IUPUI, and I believe this slide is a lot of the information I provide today is backwards looking. And so I know now in fiscal 25, we now have IU Indianapolis and Purdue Indianapolis, which I've been told is going by a pin, and I'll let Purdue correct me if that is not correct. I like PUI, but that's. Great question. At this time, I can share with some degree of confidence that we are intending for there to be performance measurements and metrics at the Indianapolis campus. They have a long history at that campus. Up until the current biennium, they had been included in outcomes-based performance funding. Because of the separation, the General Assembly, working with the commission, kind of agreed that we would have this pause period for the fiscal 24, fiscal 25. But we are planning to reignite performance funding as a line item for Indianapolis, for Indianapolis, excuse me. We're still having conversations with Purdue, and I would separate, this isn't just a budget conversation, but there's a holistic conversation still happening with data reporting as we work to, as I mentioned earlier, our goals are set using trends. And so in order to set those trends, we have to separate historic data from the former IUPUI campus between Purdue and IU. And that can be done, has been done with some degree of fidelity. However, I think that there's still conversations going on with the two institutions and exactly what that all look like. One other thing I would add is IU Fort Wayne and IU Columbus also report that data for performance funding purposes, probably other purposes, through the IUI campus and historically the IUPUI campus. So even though they are not listed, those locations are included and those students' outcomes are included in any university's performance funding. I hope that's helpful, but it is a continual conversation. I would love to connect to and receive your thoughts as well.
Perfect, thank you. Great, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions before we move forward? All right, very good. Seth, thank you so much for all your great work and great presentation. If it's okay, Dennis and Ken, you guys are up next, but we are gonna probably go ahead and take a break now for lunch and then do the academic affairs work after we return. So we will break now until 1 o'clock. That's all right. We got 50 minutes for lunch. The commission members will be in the Alumni Center boardroom, which I believe is the room we were in this morning for breakfast. And then commission staff, I think, is across the hall in the meeting room. So thank you all very much. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Of a former commission member who just has left us. And we want to recognize her. She was not able to be here today, but we'll honor her just the same and make sure we pass this along. So Chris.
Thank you, Dan. Again, this is a resolution that will be offered honoring Major General Erica Studerman, who, yes, just recently ended her time on the commission. Whereas Major General Erica Studerman served with distinction on the Indiana Commission for Higher Education since her first appointment in July 2021 as a representative of the 4th Congressional District. And whereas she has been a thoroughly engaged member of the commission, bringing a voice to Indiana's military-affiliated student population, as well as individuals with disabilities in higher education. And whereas her exceptional leadership and dedication to the commission were evident during her tenure, leading to her appointment as vice chair in 2022. And whereas General Studerman acted as the chair of the Indiana Veterans Education Pathways Task Force, where she served as an integral member in creating the Indiana Collegiate Purple Star Initiative. And whereas she served as an active member of the Commission's Student Success and Completion Committee and provided insightful questions and analytical comments that focused on improving access to completion of higher education. And whereas she was deeply engaged in promoting the overall value of higher education and the strategic initiatives of the commission, now therefore be it resolved that the Indiana Commission for Higher Education expresses its deep appreciation to Major General Erica Studerman for her service to the state on behalf of Indiana higher education and wishes her every success in her future endeavors.
Thank you, Chris. Those of us who worked with Major General Studerman knows what a passionate leader she has been her entire life and career, and what she brought to the commission and to our higher ed work. So we wish her well and thank her for her service. And there's a card going around, by the way, for commission members. I don't know if everybody's seen it yet for you to sign. There's a separate one I think that Luke has probably collected already from the staff. But we will make sure we get that to her. All right, now, without further ado, we're going to move on to the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee report and work, and I will turn it over to Dennis.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee met on June the 24th, and it was unique in that we covered about 9 different degree program items where higher education or institution are requesting that these programs get approved. And so we met on June 24th, and we concluded these items should be advanced onto today's agenda as expedited items. And while I will not go through everything on the list, I will just highlight the Doctor of Engineering to be offered by Purdue University, West Lafayette. And highlight it only because, in my mind, the uniqueness of it in that it's being offered exclusively online. And so those are the items we covered. Great meeting. And so, yes, those are items for expedited action on today's agenda. And then with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sal, who has items to share.
Yes, thank you, Committee Chair Ryan. I just wanted to, there you go. Here we are. Okay. Thank you, Committee Chair Bland. I just wanted to mention 2 things. There was a discussion of SEA 8 because so many of the items in that bill affect academic affairs. Commissioner Lowry has already gone over that. So I would just make one addition, and that is that one of the things that we're really working on is the coursework that needs to be delivered. The dual credit courses, dual enrollment courses, the AP classes that need to be available so that those 250 plus high schools that currently are unable to offer the Indiana College Board because they don't have the full range of courses needed to do so is something we're really working on. And that's an important element that we just wanted to share with the commission. Secondly, we had a brief update on the Higher Learning Commission's update of policy and guidelines related to the qualifications needed for high school teachers to teach dual credit courses. And those guidelines provide some additional flexibility with respect to how the institutions determine if someone is qualified to teach dual credit courses. From a commission perspective, we think that's a good thing, but we have a survey out, and I think most of the results are back now to determine how the institutions are approaching this additional flexibility that is possible through the HLC update of their policies and guidelines. So perhaps at a later point, we'll be able to offer some remarks about how institutions have approached that additional flexibility and how that will be reflected in the commission approach toward offering the Indiana College Core at all of the high schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thanks very much, Dennis and Ken. As Dennis described, we have 9 academic programs for approval through the expedited action mechanism. These are all, as you know, in the agenda book and starting on page 77. So with that, I would entertain a motion for approval of those expedited items. Very good. Thank you. Can I get a second? Thank you. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Okay, wonderful, thank you. Well, now I'd like to welcome Allison Partee, who's the Director of User Experience, to present on the 2024 college completion rates. Allison?
Hello. I'm Allison Partee. I'm with the Commission for Higher Education's Business Intelligence team. I'm the Director of User Experience on that team, and I'm going to be updating you all on this year's college completion rates at Indiana's public schools. So the questions we're going to cover in this presentation are what percentage of students are graduating on time within 6 years, how the rates have changed over time, and how the commission, thank you, Doug, and how the commission is facilitating improvement in Indiana's on-time graduation rate. So the reason why we care about our college completion rates are because college completion rates are an indicator of the resources that, or the lack of resources that students need to graduate. And when we look at different demographic groups and observe their differences, the differences indicate additional areas that we should focus on. The data that we use to calculate these completion rates are come directly from the Indiana Public Institutions, and we also supplement the data from the National Student Clearinghouse. And this data focuses on first-time, full-time degree-seeking students. So if you're not very familiar with our college completion rates, we have our on-time completion rates and our extended time completion rates. For on-time rates, they are dependent on 4-year versus 2-year institutions, so those students get that amount of time to graduate to count for an on-time completion. But for our extended time completion rates, these students have 6 years. So you may have seen a sneak peek in Commissioner Lowry's presentation this morning, but our updated statewide college completion rates are 48% for on-time and 68% for extended time. Now, this is a 1% increase for both statistics from the previous year, which is a small increase, but is an increase. And over the 5-year time span, we've had 6 to 7 percentage point increases for both rates. And if we break it out at the sector level, we typically look at 3 different categories for the sectors. We look at 4-year main campus institutions, which are our research and comprehensive institutions. And we also look at our 4-year non-main campuses, which are our regional campuses. And the third category is our 2-year campuses, who, while our 4-year main campuses typically have the highest completion rates, our 2-year campuses have had the most marked improvement in recent years. And taking a look at some demographic breakouts of these completion rates, especially if we look at the overlap of a couple of them, such as race and ethnicity and gender, the differences between these demographics, while there are already differences, when you overlap them, they are even more pronounced. So, for example, Commissioner Lowry earlier said that men are, typically have trouble graduating at similar rates than women. But when we overlap that with another identity, such as if we look at Black students' completion rate, which is 25%, and then further look into that and see that Black men's completion rate is only 22%, we can see that pronounced difference. Another group we like to look at is we like to see how our 21st century scholars are doing. And we compare them to their other low-income peers. And we have been happy to see that scholars have been succeeding at rates higher than their low-income peers. And part of this may be due to the 30 credit hour requirement for scholars to maintain their scholarship while in college. And now onto some of the initiatives that the commission is doing to facilitate the improvement of these completion rates. We went over most of these earlier, but it's great to reiterate what we're doing. First, our financial aid programs. The 21st Century Scholars Program and the Franco-Bannon both have credit hour requirements for students to maintain those scholarships. For those scholars, it's 30 credit hours every year. And for Franco-Bannon, the students are required to be full-time students. Additionally, our outcome-based performance funding model incentivizes institutions to graduate students on time. And lastly, Senate Enrolled Act 8. Part of that bill was to require four-year institutions to review their bachelor's degree programs and see which, if any of them could feasibly be offered in 3 years instead of 4. And also requires those institutions to have at least one program that can be completed in 3 years by 2025. And these 3-year degree programs are incentivizing students to complete faster. That's all I have for you today. Please reach out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Very interesting information, well presented, well done. Any comments or questions for Allison? Got it here. Yeah.
Look at rates for part-time students.
We have in the past. We have not published on those this year. All this data is available online now in our dashboard, but which we are renovating at some point later this year, but we currently are not publishing this year's part-time rates. But we may in the future.
Comments, questions? Thank you. I might note, I appreciate all the great data struck as usual by the scholars program information. I think that, Chris, on your reference analogy this morning, talking about you get 100 low-income students in a room and you have still that are not part of the scholars or 21st century scholars program. Only 30 of them get to stay because you know why. If you did the same thing with 100 21st century scholars, you would ask 80 of them to stay because, or 81 of them to stay because 81% of scholars, low-income students that go through the Scholars Success Program as part of 21st Century Scholars go on to post-secondary versus 30. And this talks about the increased retention and performance and completion of those scholars over their low-income peers. So the funnel looks a little different when you compare same cohort, those that have gone through the 21st Century Scholars, those haven't. So further evidence of a program that by all accounts is super successful and that we need to double down on it and promote and advance broadly. So thank you for that information as well. Yeah.
Yes, Allison, good work as always. And just a quick comment, commission members, the kind of question that Molly just asked, we want those questions, suggestions. And what I can tell you is Brooke, Kyle, and I looked at each other, gave the nod, we're going to be tracking it. So we want you to know, please let us know whether it's in this forum or offline when you think, hey, why don't we do this? Or could we do that? Just that's all I can say is let us know. Great idea. Also, really quickly, especially if you're new members, through last year, we had published on an annual basis 6 or 7 regular reports. And what I would tell you about them is I always found them interesting and also really frustrating because all they reported on was lagging data, I mentioned that earlier, typically 2 years in arrears, and that's just, yeah, frustrated me to no end. Allison alluded to it. We will have a much improved dashboard that we'll look forward to sharing with you in the near future. It'll be live all the time, lagging, leading, forecasting, all that good stuff. And any Hoosier who wants to look at, not just the 8 or 10 of us who anticipated to do reports every year.
Great, thank you again. Next up, we will hear about career and technical education and the strategic plan in that focus. Tony Harrell, Associate Commissioner for K-12 Strategy, and Sam Rourke, Director for CTE Outreach and Implementation, will be presenting on this. So welcome, Tony and Sam.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As for our experienced commission members, some of this will be a little bit of a review or a follow-up to what we have shared in the past, but we wanted to take this opportunity to kind of let you know on like what the next steps were for our planning for CTE, as well as for our newer commission members, maybe give you at least a little bit of insight into what is CTE and why would it be at the Commission for Higher Education. So with that, I'm going to try to go through this as quickly as I can. We know that it's been a full day, both yesterday and today. So as Commissioner Lowry mentioned earlier, July marked the 1-year anniversary of CTE transitioning to the commission from the Governor's Workforce Cabinet. It has been a busy year, but it has been a very good year. And you know, as you see up there, I could go through a laundry list of improvements that we've made to our daily operations and what we've been able to accomplish by being at the commission. And part of that is just the support of the commission, but also it's been the ability to get fully staffed and to do some of those things. So that has been an incredible benefit for us. I think the second thing, and probably the highest priority that we had is we had to create a new Perkins State plan that will cover 2024 through 2027. We recently received notification from the U.S. Department of Education that plan has been fully approved. So we are ready to roll with that. But I think most importantly, it's kind of been a year of learning, both for the commission as well as for the CTE team. So we were learning we were learning about the commission in general, but we were also kind of learning more about the HOPE agenda, the Partnership Pentagon, and we really have been trying to get up to speed on those items. But I think it's also been learning for commission members to learn about CTE. It's not something that they were necessarily familiar with. Same thing for commission staff. And the staff of the commission has been outstanding and incredibly helpful as we've gone through the year. But what I think is really important about this is we are ready now. This going forward, I think we are ready to set a really bold vision for what we can accomplish through CTE over the next 4 to 5 years. So I want to kind of share a little bit about that with you today. But before I dive into that too much, I do want to introduce 3 individuals that I have with us. We are really proud of the team that we've assembled at the Commission for CTE. As mentioned, we had originally planned to have Sam help me present with this today. So our Director of Outreach and Implementation, Sam Rourke, which you will hear his name often, is over here to my right. Lori Tucker, who is our Director of CTE Grants Administration and Monitoring, is someplace in here. And Chris Eaton, who is our Director for CTE Performance and Accountability, is also with us today. Our team is really divided up into 3 primary areas. It's grant administration and monitoring, it is data and accountability, and then our programmatic side, which really kind of leads in and out of the other 2 aspects of that. I want to share with you our vision for CTE, and this is something that we've modified since we came over to the commission. And I think it's kind of, it's two parts with some parts in it, but it is what we want to accomplish. And that is the last part here when we think about having a measurable impact on an individual's economic and social mobility and prosperity outcomes, as well as serving employers and businesses by providing a well-qualified talent pipeline. And so that's always kind of been part of our mission, that we serve both sides of the coin. We serve the individual, but we also have to serve business and industry. So I think that's really important. I hope it is not lost on you that that directly aligns to the Hope Agenda goals 6 and 7, that language is taken directly from there. The question then is, how do we do that? And the way that we do that is through what we call integrated career pathways. And so as we're talking about integrated career pathways, you should have this graphic in your packet, but I just want to point out 3 or 4 parts of this really quickly to help give you an idea of how we've designed our programs of study. If you look right there in the middle, you'll see post-secondary pathways. When we redesigned the programs of study, and Commissioner Lowry mentioned that we redesigned about 65 of them. And this school year, 24-25, will be the first year of full implementation of those programs of study. What we did is we mapped backwards from post-secondary programs. Most of our programs of study are directly aligned to either certificates, technical certificates, or certificates of graduation from Ivy Tech or BU. And what that means is that if I progress through a program of study, even if I start in secondary, high school, I'm getting the same exact program that an adult would get. I share this all the time, almost as kind of a joke, but there is no such thing as college level welding. It's just welding. So it doesn't matter whether you're 16 or whether you're 8 or 26 or 36, it's just welding. Now there's a variety of types of it, and we move through all of that through that program of study. And then the last thing that really is essential about CTE programs of study and this connection between secondary and post-secondary is that part along the bottom where it shows going from low skill to semi-skilled to middle skilled jobs. The whole point is we want to build programs of study and pathways that have exit points, but more importantly, we want to have re-entry points where I don't have to go back to the beginning. So as you can, if you dive into our programs of study, what you will see is all of our programs of study most of our programs of study are aligned to 30 college credit hours. And ideally, we would get them to that middle skill jobs. But there's exit points along the way where the student has the opportunity to come out and go into employment, but then hopefully we'll always be able to return and say, okay, I need to advance in my career here. So you'll see a lot of our programs of study as we're doing this, as we go through this. I've used integrated career pathways and programs of study. Programs of study is really just our course sequences. This is the foundational element of our integrated career pathways. Again, most of our programs of study are aligned to 30 college credit hours in either Ivy Tech or BU. But there's more to it than just a course sequence. And I think as you're seeing, like in the Partnership Pentagon, you saw in order to get to completions, how we have to have the career coaching and advising that goes along with that. This is where career coaching and navigation becomes so important. And now that we've reached this point where we're finally ready to fully implement the programs of study down at the secondary level, we can start to focus on these additional aspects like career coaching and navigation. So we're really looking forward to how do we build this out? How do we get more CTE students to recognize that, hey, they should be going to college. They should be going on to post-secondary. How do we get more CTE students to reach that credential stage? You'll probably hear me say over the course of the next year, we do a really good job of having students earn dual credits in CTE. It's one of our metrics that we look at. We've got to turn those dual credits into credentials though. That's the key. We gotta go from credits to credentials. So you're probably going to hear me say that quite a bit over the course of the next couple of years. And then we've already talked today about the importance of work-based learning experiences, and it's across the board. So this is something that work-based learning is a high quality part of CTE and has always been involved with CTE. I already talked about the state plan and be happy to talk to you about that more later on. Let me clarify one point about the Perkins state plan though, just so that because I'm going to get to something here in a minute, you're going to wonder like, why are we doing this? The Perkins state plan is required. We have to do it in order to receive the Perkins grant. The Perkins grant is about a $32 million grant. Leadership and administration part to that grant. All right, but that Perkins state plan is required for that. And it is all focused on how are you going to use the funding? How are you going to utilize the grant? But what we know is in the state of Indiana, and we are very fortunate that the investment in CTE does not end with the Perkins grant. In fact, the Perkins grant is probably about 1/6 of the total investment in CTE and other career pathway training programs in the state of Indiana. In addition to the Perkins grant, we offer state CTE funding for CTE enrollments at the secondary level. Last year, those CTE enrollments accounted for about $195 million being sent out to secondary schools for tuition support. When we look even further and we start to look at items like career scholarship accounts, dual credit for CTE programs, other incentive programs like the credential completion grant, or even the certification exam reimbursement line item that was included a couple of years ago, that number goes well above 200 million and obviously goes well beyond what we do with just the Perkins grant. And that is one of the reasons why, even though it is not required, we felt it was really important for us to start thinking about a strategic plan for CTE. And when we looked at other states, I'll be honest with you, we started out thinking like, well, this is the CTE strategic plan. And it was this item that was all on its own and it was going to be done by CTE. And as we've evolved and we started looking at it and we started thinking about this, what we realized was this isn't CTE's strategic plan. This isn't something that only CTE is going to own. But what it needs to be the commission's strategic plan for CTE. And I know that's just, maybe it's just semantics, but it changed our whole perception of what we were trying to do with the strategic plan. So once we made that adjustment in our perception and our perspective, we started to look at some of the strategies that came out of our focus groups and our discussion sessions. And we started to ask ourselves, how does this more fully integrate us into CHE as a whole? How does it align to the HOPE agenda? Will it help us to accomplish a goal on the HOPE agenda? How can we support the activities and the initiatives from the partnership Pentagon? And so that's where we've gotten to this point where it's like, we feel really good about that when this is done, which we plan to have this finalized by later this fall, it'll really set a bold vision for CTE that'll really be uncommon and it'll be unprecedented for Indiana. We've always done the Perkins State Plan. We did that because we had to. We're doing this because we want to or we need to, not because somebody is telling us that you have to do this to be compliant. A real quick overview of this is through our focus groups that we've had, as we've talked about this, we actually formed an advisory council of a large number of stakeholders. We were able to identify 3 priority areas that we know we need to focus on for our CTE, the strategic plan for CTE. One of those, I'm going to talk about career coaching and navigation just for a moment. We already talked about its importance. But I think in the Heart and Mind presentation that study that's been done, you'll hear one of the things they talked about with us the other day was the importance of awareness. And this was a word that we heard over and over and over again when we were talking about it. Parents need to be aware. Students need to be aware. And I even asked the question at the time, and I think we've got to figure this out. What's the difference between exposing someone to an opportunity and making them aware of an opportunity? But that was one of the key points that kept coming up. The second area I'm going to go back to here is employer and industry engagement. And in addition to, again, employers need to be aware of CTE and what it can do. One of the comments that came up is we also need to build stronger partnerships to the point where employers and industry have some ownership in the success of CTE programs, almost to the point where there's some accountability for them, that it's their part, they play a part in being successful. Lastly, when we look at CTE accessibility, this is a wide variety of issues. Obviously, it's about how do we sustain CTE programs, how do we make them available. It can be geographic accessibility. It could also be making sure that we have, CTE programs, for the high demand areas, the essential areas that we need. And then lastly, we do want to focus in as a part of that on eliminating some performance gaps. So as we move forward, our next steps here are one, to think about, we've got to finalize our strategies. We have a really good start. We will more likely be bringing those to you. I need to work with Commission Member Bland and Ken to maybe get this on the AAQ agenda and to bring those to you. We do plan to come up with an implementation plan a little bit later this fall. And then the next step will be to how do we get that stakeholder buy-in? So hopefully I've gone through this quick enough that you were able to catch some of this, but also at the same time, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Tony, thank you very much. Great presentation, helps really explain the why of why CTE is now very logically within the commission's purview, if you will, and well integrated, not just housed here, which is great. So any questions, comments for Tony? Oh, yeah, Dennis, sorry.
Great presentation, Mr. Harold. You talked about the point of getting stakeholder buy-in. Again, going back to the initial presentation to kind of summarize it. I think there's an opportunity to somehow find a way to package the brilliance that you all put together and then make it digestible and then flood the public with it.
Yeah.
I think that becomes a way to get buy-in. I think it's worth taking everything that you all study, everything you produce, and find a way to say package 5% of it. And I think that 5% going to 6 million people who can understand it and digest it versus the ton of information that people never get, as enriching and insightful as it is. I think there's a way to just package and then share in nuggets. And I'd imagine you would have many people, perhaps thousands of people saying, I had no idea.
Yeah.
So one of my experiences, I've been on the commission for a while, has been coming to meetings, getting fed, and then recognizing and then at all points cognizant that there are 95% of the population that would have no idea what's being shared in a corner of a room. And so I actually tested, and we have done it. We would actually take and just package some of the data and then go and actually have a conversation on Main Street. And then the reaction has just been typically consistently, oh, really? I'm shocked. And we do it year after year. We just start by just here, they may give a commission for higher education, may give 100 data points, and we'll say, we'll take 5.
Yeah.
And then we'll just share this 5. Hey, would you all know this public as we go into, why are we offering this program? Well, let us share with you a few data points provided by the Commission for Higher Education. And then the reaction again just tends to be, where do you get this? Who's sharing this? I have no idea why this is astounding. So I think that's one of the ways that you can begin to get community buy-in, because I think it raises the consciousness and then causes people to say, now what do I do, or how can I learn more, versus assuming that because certain people know that there will be a critical mass that know, but the critical mass oftentimes represent the negative data that we're trying to change. It's that kind of information that begins to change their thoughts and attitudes and prioritizations around different actions, decisions, behaviors, etc. So thanks for indulging me.
I really do appreciate the comments. I can actually hand you one example where we're already thinking about this. We've already been working with Allison's team through marketing and communications, as well as Brooke's team on the data at a glance. And when they were working on the college going rate, they worked with us. It seemed it took a little longer than we had hoped, but that we were actually reporting, well, what's the college going rate of our CTE students? And how does that compare? And does it make a difference in terms of what level of participation do I get to in terms of CTE? Like if I took one class, does that make a difference? If I took, if I earned concentrator status, which is one of our terms. And I think as we continue to move forward here and as a part of this strategic plan, I think we want to do that with a lot of different aspects of our CTE data. I welcome Brooke's help with doing this. Obviously, the marketing and communications team has been a world of help in everything that we do. So really appreciate the comment and absolutely we want to try to keep that going.
So Commissioner Lowry, to the point last year, there was a statewide college readiness conference for students and parents, and the whole idea is let's get Black youth ready for college, and not just going and bowling, but really enrollment, persistence, completion. And one of the breakout sessions, as you would know, was actually a presentation from the Commission for Higher Education. A lot of the feedback was that was the most insightful presentation. All the presentations were great, but in terms of the education, the enlightenment, the wow factor, it came from the Commission for Higher Education presentation. It was basically, the commission talks about this all the time, taking it out to the public, and the public was just like, wow. And I'm sure the commission staff just never thought that my presentation on data would be the highlight of a conference. But it was. So again, just reiterating my point, it really is insightful information to a lot of people who don't get this on a regular basis. Because they don't know, otherwise they don't know what the big deal is. They don't understand the context. I'll just say one more comment. One of the families said, I thought things were kind of bad. I know kind of anecdotally that things aren't looking too good, but when you see the data, I said, I had no idea there was a problem like this. I didn't know there was a crisis. I just knew this kid wasn't doing too well. I know they really don't. I didn't know that was a problem. And then they start reacting to it differently.
If there are no other questions, the one thing I would like to offer is that if you ever want to dive into this information, more deeply, we'd be happy to schedule a time to talk with you. I know this is a lot to take in a 15-minute presentation and trying to fly over it like 10,000 feet, but we'd be happy to meet with you, be happy to share information with you. We'd be happy to go through data points with you that we are monitoring and what we're trying to do. So look forward to that opportunity. Just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that that was available. We'd be happy to do that.
Super, very helpful, Tony. Congratulations on the good work and thank you. Thank you to you and your team. Next up, we're going to hear from Josh Garrison, Chief of Staff and Senior Associate Commissioner Josh is going to talk to us about latest efforts around the high school redesign project that's been referenced earlier. So,
All right,
Josh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to cut you off there. I do want to start off with just saying how important it has been for this process to have CTE as part of the team. And I've learned more this year from Tony than I have anyone else. Even if, I've said this to you before, Tony, you give me the same look when you're teaching me about CTE that my daughter does when she talks about Harris. But like, I do appreciate your patience with me that she does not have. So with that, many of you were around for our last commission meeting where we talked, Dr. Jerem talked about diploma redesign. There's been quite a few updates since our last meeting, one that significantly involves the commission. So I want to make sure that you all are aware of the timeline, the process, and the commission's new role that has evolved since we've last met. So to start off with, if you're not aware, House Enrolled Act 1243 required the Department of Education to set new diploma standards by December 31st of this year. And the department's well into that process. They launched it in March, and I've included their 3 presentations in your packet today. I hope you will go ahead and take those home, review them when you have time. Do so. Since they've launched the diploma redesign, they've had more than 6,300 responses from students, parents, teachers, and the public at large that they're responding to. I'm going to start off with the timeline here, and then we're going to get into not too many specifics because I do know we're at the end, and then offer to all of you on what next steps will be. So the timeline for this is that the public comment period closes on the 30th, which is next Tuesday. The department will be hosting the public comment listening session on next Tuesday during the day. This is not in the process though, because there are 2 different periods. After the public comment period, the department will go back and make adjustments to the rule, and we anticipate there will be some adjustments, which we will communicate with you. Per the department's timeline, sometime in late fall, they do plan on adopting the rule, which will impact the class of 2029. If you were here for Dr. Jenner's last presentation, the way that the diploma redesign works, and again, I'm not going to get too far into the specifics, is there are foundational courses that will typically be taken during the 1st and 2nd year of high school, and then 2 separate diploma tracks, one being GPS and the other one being GPS Plus. The GPS then having 4 extra English credit requirements, 2 extra math requirements, and then 16 points that can be filled by various items. The GPS Plus is a little bit different as it will require a student to have a work-based learning experience. It will also then require the earning of a credential of value, Indiana College Core, or various other items. Some of the initial feedback the department received whenever they launched this process was that there wasn't a clear post-secondary pathway within the diploma itself. In response to that, and was discussed at USI, is that there's going to be seals embedded into the diploma. These seals will follow 3 pathways, one being enrollment, which will involve the commission and will require commission approval. The second, employment, which is being led by the chamber and industry partners, and then enlistment, which is being led by the National Guard. We will at some point come before you to have you vote on what the requirements will be for the enlistment seals. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick update on where we're at with that process. We've met twice with our public institutions, and we've held 2 forums for our private institutions. We started receiving feedback on what courses and competencies should be within the seals. And what we should include. We'll be working on that diligently and sharing it every step of the way. Within that, this can change, but we will see how it plays out. We are also going to be meeting with the chamber separately to make sure that you all are prepared and understand what the diploma redesign involves and what we plan on doing. We will be hosting sessions for you to learn more in depth on this. As I was preparing for this, it reminded me of something that Commissioner Member Bland said a few meetings ago, that individuals need an education on an education. And you all need an education on diploma redesign to make sure that you understand what you're voting on and what we're moving forward. So with that, staff, whether it be myself, Michelle, Sam, Tony, Greg, or Jose, are willing to meet with you individually, either via virtually or in person, to talk about the redesign, as well as in groups over the course of the next few months. In addition to that, I know the department staff is willing to make themselves available to you as well, so you can hear more in depth about diploma redesign and how this will ultimately impact pretty much every Hoosier in one way, shape, or form, whether that be their children or grandchildren or they themselves. So with that, that was a very high-level overview of the work to come. You'll be receiving a lot of information from me. I apologize for the emails in advance. And you will also hopefully be meeting with me and our team to discuss this further. Before I do stop, Mr. Chairman, I do want to thank our institutional partners. Becca made a joke earlier about the speed at which higher education works. They have been working at light speed to make sure that their feedback is being provided and to make sure that students will be prepared to enter whatever pathway they want to choose post high school graduation. With that, I zoomed through, so please let me know if you have any questions.
Josh, can you tell us again the timing that you're expecting roughly of when you're going to be educating us on the education and then?
We'll be sending emails out tomorrow to all of you to find out your availability.
Okay.
So Blaine, just want to know when works for you. Staff will make themselves available. We'll also have listening sessions where we can just do it, hopefully as a group on this. We just want to make sure that, as you said, people are willing to ask questions, because there are no bad questions with this.
And again, roughly idea of when we would be voting on whatever the seal for enrollment will be?
Not until at least December, and the reason for that being is the rule needs to pass first, so we have no responsibility or ability to do that, at least in my analysis, until the rule is actually adopted. So we will have time for feedback and time to learn. But as we move forward with the seal discussion, I don't want any of you caught flat-footed if you get a question from somebody that you know or in constituencies.
So Ken.
Yeah, Josh, is the, so the seal, our approval is kind of like the final step
For the seal, yes, and in the rule itself, yes.
for the rule. So once that's done, it's done. So by the end of the year, the redesign will be complete.
It needs to be complete for state law, yes.
Thank you.
Molly.
I'm just curious, looking at the enrollment ready seal where it says must meet the minimum entrance requirements for the majority of state higher ed.
Yeah, I believe you're on an earlier version of the presentation. That's my fault for putting all the presentations together. When I talk about context. So
We're not following along.
no, that these have evolved since then. I do want to say that we do know that the academic honors does prepare students for post-secondary education. The graduation rates do show that. The core 40, although that is our college rated diploma, the graduation rates are not where they need to be. So we will need to look at those course requirements to ensure that not just the kids can enroll, high school students can enroll, but that they're actually prepared for the work that they're going to do once they get to campus.
So the expectation is that this will meet the minimum requirements for all the state institutions then, all right? That's what I just make sure I'm.
Yeah, that's the way that it's drafted right now. We would anticipate that increasing. Yep.
Yes. Josh.
What I don't see in here is a mapping of what currently exists and what is moving to. And I would appreciate that. I think maybe the group would appreciate that to see where the overlay is, where the elimination is of things. I think that would be helpful.
We will absolutely provide that.
Okay, and then I do have another question. I've heard, I haven't heard how are our universities involved in this high school redesign? Have they weighed in? Have they made any comments on these new diploma requirements and the impact on their, how their application process is?
The public comment period has not weighed in. I know that institutions have been meeting with the department and with us throughout the process. So they have weighed in. I would let them, maybe not today, but let them say when and how they plan on interacting publicly with the rule.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Josh, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll watch for your emails. Bated breath. All right, well, that bringing us to the end. So we have a number of items for informational items, if you will, that can be found starting on page 91 of your agenda book, academic degree programs, awaiting action, academic degree program actions taken by staff, and summary of media coverage. So is there any old business that has not been covered yet? Okay. Is there any new business anyone would like to bring up or put on the agenda? All right, hearing none. Thank you all for being here. Our next meeting of the Higher Ed Commission will be on September 12th. We'll be in Bloomington. And unless there's anything else, we are adjourned. Thank you.